Okay, would like to go ahead and get the meeting started. Commissioners, go ahead and log in your presence if you haven't done so already. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Anderson County Board of Commission regular meeting, Monday, July 15, 2019. We're going to have our prayer led by Commissioner White and our pledge led by Vice Chairman Creasy. Let's silence your phones if you haven't. Commissioner White, sir.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, our Heavenly Father, we would ask you tonight to smile your blessings upon this meeting. All that we know is tonight. You know the future. We would ask you, Lord, to direct us. We would ask you, Lord, to help us make decisions with our mind and our heart. We would pray, God, you'd bless everybody that's in this room and everybody that's watching. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for loving us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in a pledge to our nation's flag. Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner White, and thank you, Commissioner Creasy. Appreciate you. Before we go to appearance of citizens, I just want to cover a few things tonight, commissioners, and we do a pretty good job at it. But if we go to talk tonight, I want to use our devices. I do not want to speak out of turn. I want us to use our devices to request to speak, so we all have a fair, ample opportunity. Last meeting, I missed a couple of things, and I don't want to miss anything tonight, so let's use our devices, and that'll keep us all in order, I think. Before we go to the appearance of citizens, if there's anything on the agenda or not on the agenda, you're welcome to come to the microphone, state your name, your address. You'll have 3 minutes. But again, if it's related to the veto or the budget, those items are going to be covered tonight next. So if it's anything on the agenda that's not on the agenda, please come on up, state your name, your address. Yes, please.
Yes, Bradley Joe Reeves. Used to live off 533 Laurel Road, which, as many of you know, is right across the railroad tracks from where Rex Lynch lives. We were flooded out of our trailer. It's at 533 Laurel Road, Clinton, Tennessee, 37716.
It happened February 28th. We had to evacuate.
By EMS.
EMS rescues got us out. This is the first time it's flooded that high in forever. And we lost everything, and we feel like, and people's told us, TVA is responsible for it because they're the ones that let all the water out. I've got engineer report when we moved the home there stating it was not a flood area. And I've got, I wrote President Trump. I got an answer from him. He had FEMA call me, which FEMA would not help because there was not enough damage in Anderson County. And we need somebody to step up and help us. We live in that little white house, which I'm thankful for, on right next to Burger King in Clinton. Kathy Brown rented it to us. But I've got 3 mini Australian Shepherds and no yard for them to run in. And we want to go back home.
To the county.
To the county where we were.
Instead of living right in the city.
Instead of in the city.
We want to go back home.
So you're at your home was at 533 Laurel Road in Clinton?
Yes.
Sir.
You were flooded out on February 28th?
It started flooding on the 23rd of February, and by the 28th, it had rose up over the deck, and Mayor Frank contacted EMS, Karen Uten, And the rescue squad come out there and asked, she called me on my cell phone and asked me if I wanted to leave, and I said yes. So we got me and my 3 dogs and my son. My husband stayed, he put stuff up high, but still, we lost everything in there. And the things that we're getting from people, we're grateful, but most of it's trash that I had to throw away. And that don't make me feel a whole lot better about being in a different home. And the mold is so bad. I mean, we had a guy come from La Follette that worked at Clayton's. He said it cost $20,000 to get it back into shape, but mold would always be a problem. I've got asthma, and we need our home back. And it's not a flood area.
And like we said, Rex Lynch's yard also got a pretty good flood on it. I myself have lived there for 40 years, and it has never been that bad.
Well, thank you both for coming tonight and letting us all know about it. Commissioner White, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, what do you want this commission to do?
We want, well, she gave me an affidavit. We want to see if there's any kind of help that we can get to put us back. My home will be paid, I owe $2,000 on my home being paid for. I'm still having to pay for it, but it's not livable. And my home was nice. My yard was nice.
Okay, so what do you want this commission to do?
Well, I want to see if anybody will step up and help us go to TVA and do what we can do to get something done, because
Okay, thank you. Chairman, do we have any avenues that we could pursue?
I think sending it perhaps to a committee meeting, Commissioner or Scott or Creasy here. I see Commissioner Scott name on the board next, but Creasy, maybe we can send it to operation, have further discussion. I think the Reeves here probably just wanted to come and bring it to all of our attention.
Exactly.
And I understand that, and we'll certainly see what we can do as a body. Obviously, we can't.
Well, if I have the floor,
sir.
then
Yes, sir.
I'm going to make a motion that we send it to operations, and you be here and to explain to operations just what you've told us and any additional information you may have.
I've got plenty of pictures from the day it started.
I make that a motion.
So you have a motion to send it to operations. Scott, you is next. Were you okay with it? Okay, we got a second. Any further discussions about moving this item to the operations?
I wanted to.
Yes,
What I
Commissioner
wanted to
Scott.
ask was, she had mentioned Karen Uten's name. Karen Uten is with EMA.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask that, Mayor, if you would be kind enough to get with Karen and ask her to be at that operations meeting then as well, from EMA? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Motion is to send it to operation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all for coming. Have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Any other folks that would like to? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and your address.
My name is Etta Giles, and I live at 396 Mahoney Road in Oliver Springs. And I have some questions and comments regarding the Anderson County Noise Control Resolution, which is posted on the county website. According to the Noise Control Resolution, the purpose, it says, of this section is to establish standards that will eliminate or reduce unnecessary, unreasonable, and excessive noise, which is physically harmful and otherwise detrimental to individuals and the community in the enjoyment of life, property, and conduct of business. I don't have any problem with the noise control resolution, except that it's not being enforced at all. So it's not accomplishing its purpose as stated in the noise resolution. Section 16, page 12 of this noise resolution says, this section shall be enforced by the Anderson County Sheriff's Department or codes enforcement officer. The noise resolution is not being enforced by either one of those, though. Neither the sheriff's department nor the codes enforcement officer. When you call the sheriff's department, though, they say two different things. The first thing they say is that they don't have a sound level meter, so they can't enforce the noise ordinance. The commissioners here, you approved 2 sound level meters on October the 15th, 2018, the purchase of 2 of them. The sheriff's department still does not have one. Zoning has a sound level meter, but zoning is not in their office when we need it. We need it on the weekends, at night, on the weekends, and we can't reach them at that time, so they can't measure it at that point. So when we have a problem, there's no one to call. Also, David Crowley said that because his people have been threatened by the owners of the offending property, that he would not send his people there again because they were threatened. The sheriff's department also says they cannot enforce the noise control resolution because it's a civil issue and the sheriff's department only handles criminal issues. But yet they're the ones named in this noise resolution as being the people responsible for enforcement. We and other people in our neighborhood have tried to talk to Sheriff Barker, and we've not gotten any response. We've had officers to come to our house, but they won't do anything about the noise because they say it's civil, and they also say they don't have a sound level meter. On May 25th, Officer...
Ms. Jones, I don't mean to cut you off. We give everyone 3 minutes. It sounds like there's still some concern going on, obviously, and don't doubt anything you're telling us. But what we need to do is probably send it to the next level. We can't make a decision right here, right this second, but we can certainly take it to the committee to bring it back up again, and we have done this, and I apologize. I know it seems like it's excruciating in what we do, but that is the process we use. So is there any commissioner who would like to take Ms. Jones, Etta Jones, or Etta Giles' issue and move it to a committee to discuss? Commissioner White?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The BZA has addressed this. I would like to maybe bring it back again to BZA with Jay, and Mr. Mead has been on site. I was down on site a couple of nights ago, a couple Saturdays ago. We're familiar with the problem.
Yes, sir.
Can we handle it? I don't know. But all I can do is we can talk about it again. We make sure that we've got 2 meters, I'm thinking, ordered, delivered, and paid for, and calibrated. I think we've had training as to the sound of it. So maybe we can get one to the sheriff's department and get someone trained to do that. The deputy that was down on Mahoney Road a couple Saturday nights ago, he didn't have the meter. And Ms. Giles is right. They're in the zoning office. So let's bring it back to BZA, and let me see if I can find where the meters are and see if we can.
When's the next BZA meeting?
Second Tuesday.
Second Tuesday. Commissioner Mead and Sheriff, I imagine Sheriff would like to address too. Commissioner Mead.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that the evening I was there, I didn't have a sound level meter, okay, so I couldn't measure the sound level. But I didn't have any problem hearing the hundreds of rounds of high-powered rifle ammo being fired right next to the property line of the barn. Okay, it was hundreds of rounds, and it started at 6:30 in the evening, and it continued until the sheriff's department came over and took a look, and then when the sheriff's department left, the shooting started again. In our ordinance, there is a statement that says, not only is it certain levels, but also unreasonable. I think it's unreasonable when anybody has a public activity at their home and somebody else just the other side of a hedge where you can't see what they're doing fires hundreds of rounds of ammunition with the only possible reason is to disrupt a gathering just the other in the adjoining yard. I think that's also wrong, and I'd like to see the sheriff's department use that part of the ordinance if that shooting keeps happening. I live just a few hundred yards from there, okay? And my wife is frightened by the rifle fire continually just north of our house, and it goes on for hours and hours. And I'm not talking about random firing, I'm talking about boom, 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 with high-powered rifles. And so there's more than one problem out there. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner.
there is more than one problem, but we're faced with it every weekend.
And every week, the gunfire happens just
No,
north
it
of my house.
doesn't. It does not happen every week.
Let's, look, we're having just appearance of citizens. Ms. Giles, you're bringing an issue to us. We're trying to address it. Sheriff, did you have anything you want to add, sir, before?
I just simply want to say I'm familiar with the issue, and we've responded out there every time we've been called. On that particular night, I actually was on the phone with, or actually, Commissioner Meade and I tried to contact one another, but we sent our lieutenant out.
Hey, Fritz, let him use your microphone. if you don't mind.
I'm familiar with this, and we actually have responded every time someone's called. And if you've not got a return phone call from me, I apologize, but I can assure you, every single message I get, we make an effort to return those, because I actually keep legal pads that document the dates and times that those come in and when I return those calls. But what I would like to do is invite you to come to my office, and let's sit down and talk about it.
We've tried that too, and we've.
Ma'am, you've never spoke to me, but I'm offering it to you now. I'll give you my personal cell phone number.
All right. Now, we have had officers out there, and they watched my son take sound level measurements with an ANSI certified meter, but they still wouldn't do anything about it. Now, until something is done about what we're experiencing week after week after week, I think that people are going to get frustrated, and you're going to hear the gunfire from time to time. There's not been any gunfire since Mr. Meade was out there, and there's not been gunfire up to that point, except that what goes on in our neighborhood all the time. Now, there's a lot of gunfire in our neighborhood. It's not all aimed at what Mr. Meade has said, though.
Well, and I think it'd be good to take the sheriff. I mean, he's the head of the sheriff's department. And
Okay, I want to know when we're going to get a sound level meter so the officers can
well, I
do something
understand,
about it.
but I'll also say that it sounds like there's two things going on.
Yes.
Right? I mean, if this group's making noise, and I understand that's frustrating,
3 years.
but to turn around and make noise to combat the other noise with guns doesn't make sense.
I agree, and I
I'm
can't
not
do anything
saying-
about that. I'm
Right.
not firing the guns.
Well, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying two wrongs don't make a right. So all I'm saying is, let's try to go through the process. I think the BCA's tried to address it in a formal manner, and I understand there's challenges, but let's move this item on and let's address it. I think the sheriff's going to give you his personal number, and he is the law enforcement for the county.
Okay, we want the noise resolution to work,
Okay,
is what we want.
understood.
And until it does, we're going to have problems.
Understand. And I appreciate you coming.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you for coming and bringing it to our attention. Thank you, Ms. Giles. Commissioner Creasy, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, these folks have been here numerous times bringing this problem to us, and I've heard other people say that the noise there is unbearable. The people that live in that neighborhood, they would like to sell their house and move out. Some would, but they can't sell the house with that kind of noise going on. And it's come and come and come. We need somehow to resolve this, either through court action. We're going to be sued, the county commission, by someone sooner or later over this issue. We need to be proactive, and the BZA and the code enforcement needs to address it and get this resolved. It's gone on too long. We need our county attorney to get busy on this. He's done all he can, and except go to court. And I think that may be the next issue that we may have to address, is going to court and go before a judge to stop this. It's, from what I hear, the people that live in that neighborhood is unbearable. It's unhealthy, And the nerves are getting to the point, like the lady said, something is going to happen. It's like the old border and property line disputes end up in violence many times. And I'm afraid that this issue is going to end up in violence. And I don't want that to happen, and none of us want that to happen. We need to get it resolved right away. It just keep coming up and coming up. We need to help these people with their health issue. That's what it is. It's a health issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Creasy. I agree. Commissioner White.
Thank you again. Real quick, the BZA, we went through the process. We have pulled their permit. It's somewhere in the court system right now. They're having their parties illegal. The BZA has done their job, and somewhere in the court system, the process is there. The county has done everything that I think that we can do legally. It's up to somebody bigger than us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner White.
Thank you, Mr. White. I
Commissioner
wasn't
McCamey.
aware.
Yeah. Commissioner White had said, send it back to BZA, and I'd like to ask the sheriff if he can get somebody to represent the sheriff's office at that meeting. The BZA meets the second Tuesday.
5:30.
If you could have somebody there to explain to them what you can and cannot do. I mean, I don't know if it's civil or criminal or what, but it was mentioned that you couldn't do anything because it's a civil matter. But, if we have an ordinance and the ordinance says that you're to enforce it, then I would assume that's going to work. But, if it's not, we need to change our ordinance.
We absolutely will have a representative there. We're comfortable with our response to the situation. We've done everything that we feel like we can do and what we need to do. Unfortunately, this is escalating. This is a problem, again, we inherited, but we definitely want to be part of the solution. And so we'll be there to make sure that we do our part.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Sheriff. So the second Tuesday, Commissioner McCamey, did you finish, sir?
See ya.
Second Tuesday, 5:30, right here.
And that's August 13th, in August? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'd be the 13th of August. All right, thank you. Did we, was that a motion? Do we have
Yeah.
a motion and a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Okay, any other citizens need to come to the microphone? Yes, sir. Mayor Cox, how are you, sir? Good, sir.
Guys want to enforce this MAC rule, and it's a good rule. I'm Mayor Elmer Cox from Oliver Springs, Tennessee. I live at 1012 Cox Circle. I can agree with the lady here. There's two problems on that road. One of them's a shooting gallery, and the other one's just wild shooting. We have the same on Windrock Road. We have a shooting gallery, and they fire 50 cals, and any kind of weapon you can name, they'll shoot them. They can't shoot, nobody will pull a 105 up there, they'd shoot it. But after 2 tours of Vietnam, I'm tired of noise also. I can hear both those ranges. I can hear the range from Bennett Road, from the road she lives on, and it's across from Bennett, but at our church, during church services, you can hear it, sometimes on Sunday morning. We don't enforce any noise laws in Anderson County or Rowan County or Morgan County. Mufflers are gone out of sight. They don't have many mufflers on cars anymore. We allow speeding, we allow that. Till we start enforcing laws, we're going to have lawbreakers. And when you start putting them before the judge and costing them money, they'll run out of money eventually. And I think that's probably what we should do. The other thing I'm bringing up is the money situation. I probably shouldn't bring this up. It might cost me. I don't know. We had requested $10,000 to Oliver Springs.
Mayor?
Yes.
Don't mean to interrupt. That item is on the agenda.
Okay, if it's on the agenda.
Yes,
I
sir.
did not have time to check the agenda. I've been busy all week, and
I understand, sir.
I really mean to, but
I understand.
I'm fine with that. But the noise is a real problem, not just on Mahoney Road. It's everywhere. It's in the city limits of Clinton. It's in the city limits of Oliver Springs, Oak Ridge. You can't hear yourself for mufflers, and then when you get home, you think you're going to relax. I came back to East Tennessee to get away from guns and stuff, and I've seen enough of it over there. And And I got guns, but I just don't go out shooting and bothering people. I go to a range somewhere where it's indoor and it's licensed and it's run correctly. These guys that's running these rebel ranges, I'll call them, I'm not sure they have the expertise to run those ranges. It's dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other citizens like to talk? Anything that's not on the agenda? All right, we'll move on now to approval and correction of agenda. Have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is the regular agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the regular agenda or any changes to it? Motion by Commissioner Smallridge to approve as presented, seconded by Commissioner Yeager. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, public notice, mayor's vetoes. We have 3 vetoes in front of us. The motion resolution to approve the budget at the June 27th, 2019 special call meeting. Before I go into this, Jay, could you come up? And Mayor, I want you to add anything you want because I think some of the commission would like some clarity before we take any action on these vetoes. And I don't want to, I want clarification for the commission and for the audience. And Mayor, again, you've already clearly stated on why you're vetoed these 3 motions. And so here's a question. If this body, we're getting ready to take up these 3 motions, if we override the mayor, correct, Jay? That means we say we don't believe in the override or we support the override. I want to make sure I'm saying this right, because approve, and I just want this body to understand what it means if we should override or not override. Did I say that clearly?
Yeah. I
Okay,
think
so why don't you walk us in your mind as a law director through that process?
I'll be glad to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the mayor has done, and it's all legal, is issue her statutory right to veto resolution. And she's vetoed your appropriation resolution and your taxing resolution. You may choose to override those, but there's a sense that if you don't want to go back to the 18.2, you don't need either one of those. You can just move on without an override vote. If you're stuck on 18.2, which I don't think you are, if you're stuck on 18.2, you need to cure that tax levy resolution, section 1, rescind and amend that, and then the appropriation resolution should be adequate, should be fine. But if you don't think you're going to be at 18.2, you don't need to override her veto or resurrect those 2 old resolutions. You're fixing to redo a new tax levy resolution with whatever rate you come to after deliberation. And at that point, we'll fit that into the appropriation resolution. But that's the best I can probably do. Does anybody have any questions on that?
I'm going to go to Commissioner McCamey, but Commissioner McCamey, if you don't mind, before you make a motion, I got a couple more questions, if it's all right. Did you put motion use probably? Okay. So there's the three issues here is the motion resolution to approve the budget on June 27, 2019, at the special call meeting, which is the motion to approve.
The oral motion.
Yes, sir, the oral motion. And then we have the motion to approve Resolution 19-6-761, which is the tax levy resolution. And then the motion to approve Resolution 19-6-762, which is the appropriations resolution. Mm-hmm. So if no commission around this table makes a motion to override, then what you're saying is we accept the vetoes as presented and we can move right on into the budget.
Yes, and those 2 resolutions are null and void. They've been vetoed by the mayor. That's entirely appropriate and that's entirely legal. But what it does say is that you're going to come off that 18.2 and you're going to have a healthy debate and you're going to at some point find a middle ground that everybody agrees to. And at that point, once we set that taxing resolution, the tax levy, we'll know what kind of money we've got, and we can go back, whether you want to try to do it tonight or whether you want to try to send it to the budget committee. will fit that money in the appropriation code, the spending resolution, as some people call it. Is that clear?
Yep. Let me ask you this question. If we do go the route, the body says that we accept the vetoes as presented, I'll say it that way. Does it have to go back to the Budget Committee if we do not override the vetoes?
Well, we're dealing with that Attorney General's opinion that I sent to everyone that says if you lower that tax levy from what was represented and brought out of the Budget Committee, which was, I believe, 18.2, then it has to go back to the Budget Committee. That's under the 81 Act, and that is exactly what came out of the Budget Committee. So they would need to take another shot at that and certainly try to take whatever appropriation you get out of the tax levy and put it into the spending resolution appropriately. That may take some work. They may need to listen to a couple of departments to see how they want to make that fit, but it shouldn't take all that much work. But they have the right, is my point, the Budget Committee, to take that back under consideration, to try to work with whatever tax levy rate is set by this body and come up with an appropriation resolution. Now, they may want to waive that right. We come close tonight to come into an agreement on a tax levy resolution and possibly build an appropriation resolution. I don't know how much time you want to spend on this tonight, but that's going to be pushing Robbie and his staff. I think they do have the ability, if they want to waive that right, since we're kind of unique. All our members of the Budget Committee sit as county commissioners. So that's an option, but I do believe the way the law is stated, the statute is written, and the AG opinion supports this, is that once you lower that tax levy rate, then it needs to go back to Budget Committee for additional deliberations.
But even if it's vetoed, it still has to go back?
Yeah, well, see, it's not really what was vetoed, it's what came out of that committee. The 18.2 came out at Budget Committee. That was their recommendation, in other words, to this body.
Okay. Commissioner Scott, and I'll come to you next, Mayor. Is that all right?
Jay, while you're there, is it possible for commission to have a work session to discuss adjustments, modifications, et cetera, and then for that to be taken to budget? In other words, if we agree to a veto, which would bring the 18.25 down, can we have a work session to work things out as a group with that going to budget? See what I mean? In other words, instead of it going straight to budget and budget works things out.
I got you.
Can we
You're
work
asking
together
for a
as
joint work session?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible, but you understand the right is the Budget Committee to bring that back to them for additional deliberations. It doesn't belong to County Commission. Now, I understand the Budget Committee's frustration. They'd love to get the input from County Commission on this, and so a work session may be totally appropriate, but that meeting is going to need to be led by the Budget Committee, with other commissioners being in the work session. That would be under Chairman White.
And the reason why I'm asking this is because we've had several constituents, several commissioners step forward and say, I've come up with a brilliant idea. I think this is what we need to do. I'd rather see us talk about this as a group and then allow that to be voted on by budget and then bring it back to commission. And I'm just simply asking, is that path acceptable?
Yes, that
or
path
allowable?
Certainly that path is acceptable, or you can attempt to get a tax levy resolution tonight and then build your appropriation resolution from that.
But that's what I'm saying, is that rather than just a knee-jerk reaction and saying, you know what, let's just put it at this amount, for us to work together, because it may be necessary for it, rather than being at whatever set amount, to be at this or at that, but to discuss it as a body.
Either route's appropriate, but again, I would hold to it. That meeting needs to be held by the Budget Committee and then followed up with a subsequent meeting by the county legislative body.
But it could start out as a work session and then go to budget to make the formal.
the recommendations need to come out of that budget committee.
Let's not make any motions yet, because I want everybody to have discussion before we start jumping into motions.
I appreciate
And
that.
also would like for those who were, I'll say, on the prevailing side to have the option before we just arbitrarily go
Sure.
one direction. And,
I just
you know,
wanted
there
to
may
be able to ask the
No,
questions.
good questions, and I agree with you. I'd love to sit in on those meetings, and I think Jerry would welcome the help. Not that he can't do it, it's just there's been a lot of discussion, and I think a lot of commissioners, I know Commissioner Isabel, Commissioner McCamey, and
Right.
Commissioner Mead's probably got some ideas where we all want to sit down and
Well, and that's why I'm really like, I want everyone to work as a
Yes.
team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mead, I'm going to go to the mayor if that's okay. Because she's been, wait, go ahead, Mayor, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Mead, next.
Well, just to, I guess, join in the conversation regarding the vetoes, I put that in a letter format for you all, and part of the reason was with regard to the 18.25 cents. But on the procedural side, I think it assisted this body as well, because the AG opinion doesn't refer to the whole budget that was put forward. That AG opinion is regarding the lowering of debt service below what was issued in the public notice. And so if you go to that AG opinion, you'll see it is specific language that deals with budget requirements for debt service, interest, and bond maturities. And there is a secondary AG opinion that came out of Loudoun County, and you had some back and forth over the years. Lenore City believed that the county should pave roads inside the city, and then you had the commission try to lower the debt service for the municipalities. Well, once you put those bonds in place and you agree to that debt service, there is a uniform law that you have to tax them all. So on this opinion, it is my opinion, and I'm not an attorney and haven't stayed in a Holiday Inn Express in a very long time. If you override the veto, then you are in violation. Essentially, the law is you pass a resolution. Then, as the mayor, I'm presented that resolution. I can sign it, and then it is in effect upon my signature. I can wait 10 days. If I do not sign it, it is in effect without my signature. Or I can veto it, which then it comes back to you, and you can address that veto. If I had let this go into effect without my signature, then according to this AG's opinion, we are in violation of TCA 521-111, and we're not allowed to lower the debt service that was publicly noticed and the subject of a public hearing, and it immediately goes back to the Budget Committee. This doesn't have to go back to the Budget Committee, in my opinion. You can clarify this. When I talked to the Comptroller's office on Friday, they encouraged that we just readopt. So if you want 18.25 cents, you make a motion, you accept the recommendation from the Budget Committee, you go ahead and make a motion and readopt. Or you open it up for further amendments and discussion tonight, or depending on what ends up happening, you could entertain Commissioner Scott's idea to go back to a workshop. But it is my belief, and I can't speak for the Comptroller's office, but in their statement that they're hopeful we would readopt it because they understand the issues that are at stake here. They said there is some legal counsel, bond counsel out there that will argue on one of the other issues in here, which I did not raise in the veto, and that is the funds that were raised for the schools and the penny and a half for the capital projects actually do not appear in the appropriation resolution that authorizes the spending. With regard to that, they've said, okay, we would like to see that go in your appropriation resolution. If you're dealing with that tonight, putting together a new one, put those funds in there.
There's bond counsel that will argue if you go to a special project or something, say we're doing a ESG grant, we're redoing the schools, that's outside of the budgetary process and you don't have to follow those guidelines. But as this is part of the budget process and you're taxing people 6 cents and 1.5 cents, that needs to show up on the spending side. So
Thank you, Mayor.
I don't know if that was helpful or not.
No, it's helpful. Commissioner Meade.
Yeah, I have a way of I like to make things simple, okay? To make this whole situation, I think, simpler. There were 2 resolutions that were passed at the last meeting, okay? One is a tax levy resolution, and the other is an appropriation resolution. The appropriation is really kind of what you think of as a budget. This is where all the money's going to go. That's the appropriations. The tax levy resolution is how the heck we're going to pay for it. Okay, and when we had our last meeting, there was a error by leaving a levy number for Oak Ridge and Clinton off of the document, so it was incorrect. There was some discussion about the fact that it didn't seem quite right. I brought it up 3 or 4 times, and when we went ahead. And I knew that the county tax rate in Oak Ridge and Clinton was always a little bit lower than in the county because the county people pay for the county schools and the cities don't. There's a few things that are involved there. When we started the back and forth for doing the budget, and they looked at all the things that we thought we really needed, I think we started with like 48 cents or something like that it would take to fund all the things that were identified. And then we started backing off, saying, no, we can get by without this, we can get by without that, we can get by with this, we can get by without that. We kept cutting it back, and then the department heads were all required to go back to last year's budget, not have any increases, and there was all kinds of negotiations. And this went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then the budget committee and talking with commissioners and talking with all the department heads, they came up with a budget that ended up being 18.2% roughly. 18.2 cents. That ends up being $3.75 per $100,000 evaluation per month. Okay, that's what the 18.2 represents. $3.75 a month on a house appraised at $100,000. Okay. We had not had any tax increases, and this is the 7th year, okay, since we had a tax increase. Fact of the matter is, cost of things has gone up. We'd gotten to the point where many of our employees were leaving the county, the schools, the EMS, the sheriff's department, because we were paying so low that we couldn't keep people. EMS tried for about a year to hire somebody. They couldn't get anybody to even apply because the wages were so low. And so tonight, if we go ahead and agree that the 18.2 cent was okay, then I feel, and I think the law director agreed, that we could go ahead and just redo this, and that would have the same impact as if it's re-voted. That's the same thing as overriding a veto. Is that not correct? Or do we have to override the veto and then pass them again?
You have to override the veto.
Even if we're going to pass the same thing again, okay?
Right.
And so, but if we're going to change
But Section 1 still needs to be
In the meantime,
amended.
there's been some discussions that some of the appropriations could have been lowered a little. And there's been some ideas that have come out from some of the commissioners about other ways we could approach it with a little bit lower tax rate. If we're going to do that, then that means we would change the tax levy resolution. That means we also have to change the appropriation resolutions.
Correct.
And if we change the appropriation resolutions, then I really see I think this really needs to go back to Budget Committee where we can make it very clean. The Budget Committee looked at this. This was all revised. Now it's recommended back to Commission. And I think it would be relatively clear cut.
May I ask a question?
I don't know what the votes would be on the override. Both of these resolutions, there's really only 2 resolutions that have to be voted on. There's not 3. The one wouldn't even count if we overrode the veto on the one and then amended the other and repassed it.
Yes, sir.
But if there's some places where we can make cuts and so the tax rate increase can be less, and it's something that the county is comfortable with, I don't have any problem with that. But we did an awful lot of fighting, and that was the lowest number we could come up with. And it's $3.75 a month per $100,000 house. And so I supported that, and because I think the teachers need to have a little salary increase, not as much as we'd like to have had. I think the county employees need to have a little salary increase. The mayor's salary, since she came into office, has gone up 14%. Okay, the county employees and the teachers haven't seen that. And so anyhow,
No, we're not voting on it, it's just discussion, but we should stay. I mean,
and so all I'm saying is that I don't think the 18.2 was unreasonable, but if there's a way that we can get around it, I would support that.
Okay.
But what I would support is going back to budget and have budget do their job. It's 8 commissioners, and I think most of the commissioners would also attend that meeting. But I think it's cleaner if we either override the vetoes and redo this thing here, where the mayor once again would have the opportunity to veto the new one, or we take this back to committee and search for those little changes. If they don't shut down the senior center, they don't shut down the Veterans Committee, they don't shut down EMS.
Okay.
Those are all things not required under state law for the counties.
Well, what we're talking about, and I appreciate your comments, but we're on the possibility of these 3 motions that have been vetoed by the mayor. And what we're going to do after we're done here, if no one else has any discussion, we're going to take up these vetoes from the mayor. And this body is going to say whether someone around this table would like to override and they get a second or not. And if we hear none, then we're going to move on and accept the vetoes because there's not a motion to override the vetoes. That was the reason for this discussion, is to have open discussion so we all understand clearly the direction we would go next. Now, I'll say again, and I think the mayor said it, there is no offices we want to shut down. I understand that could happen by August 31st, but today is July 15th, and for us to sit here and continue to say an office is going to shut down is irresponsible and immature. And I don't want to hear another office is going to shut down tomorrow. I don't want to hear the jail's going to shut down tomorrow. What I want to do as a body is come up with a budget that makes this county move forward and meets everybody's needs to the best as possible. No one's against anybody in this room. We're all together. We're all taxpayers. We're all elected officials. We're all department heads. So let's just work together and let's not try to position ourselves against each other. But anyway, that's enough said. Mayor, you had something else?
Yeah, I just have a couple legal questions. If the veto is overridden, the effect is that the county has lowered the debt service for Oak Ridge and Clinton. That is the legal effect. Where in law are you allowed to white out or do a do-over for what you say is an error? The Oak Ridger newspaper had on the front page of the newspaper that this was going to be varying amounts. We had a commissioner who made that argument, that it was only going to affect his district by that amount. How do we make the legal call? So from a legal perspective, how would that work, Jay? And then secondly, it's being implied here that the only way to get an 18.25 cents again is to override the veto. That is not accurate, is it, Jay? We can also override the veto, and one of these commissioners could immediately make the motion to do 18.25. Is that correct?
I think what you meant, Mayor, is if you let the veto stand.
Yes, if you let the veto stand, then a commissioner could be first on the button, and
They could say 58 cents if they wanted.
that's correct. Is that correct? So it's not the only way to get the 18.25.
I think that's not probable, and I don't think you think that's probable either. If you, but whatever, yes, that is legal. I can't imagine anybody vetoing, a body vetoing something at 18.25, and that veto vote being successful, and then readopting an 18.25.
Well, I can say with surety that all of my previous vetoes have been overridden. So,
We're on new ground tonight.
this might be a first.
We're gonna have to get that,
But,
we're gonna have to get that clip put together there. I like it. I mean,
But the other question is, Jay, where in law, if they do override it, then that tax levy resolution by this AG opinion, the trigger is now it goes back to Budget Committee. The way it can stay up here and be debated tonight is not to override. Where in law is it that it doesn't have to go back to Budget Committee once we stand in violation?
What are we standing in violation of?
Okay, the
This-
AG opinion
I think
is,
a fundamental misunderstanding, okay? And we can take it either way. There was no intent from the Budget Committee to not fill in those blanks on that tax levy resolution. That wasn't debated. That was a inadvertent clerical mistake. That AG opinion and all those laws are talking about the intent coming out of County Commission. Okay, Budget Committee sets it at one, County Commission sets the debt service at something else. That's what it's talking about, because it's relying upon the exact language, the explicit language in the 81 Act that says the Budget Committee has that authority to do that. We're not talking about something that was intended consequence by the Budget Committee. I don't believe that. I don't think it was ever debated one bit. I think it was an inadvertent mistake, and where 2 lines on a matrix were not filled in, and the language in the first paragraph was off. But it shouldn't stand. If they wanted to override the veto, they could, but I would advocate coming back and rescinding and amending that section 1 and getting that one right. But as it stands tonight, I personally don't think that we're going to see an 18.25. It could be a little bit lower than that, somewhere in the middle ground, but I think that's the part of the healthy debate that we need to see tonight, see where we're at. If we can come to some area of conclusion on the tax levy, then we can build that appropriation resolution from that. We'll know what we have.
All right, Commissioner, Mayor, did you get your question?
well, I'm good. Again, these are the legal documents that are submitted to the clerk's office. I'm not hearing a mechanism
Well,
for,
let's-
I mean, that could
let's-
play out in a
let's-
court case.
No, it
but-
could, and I'm not debating that, but let's see what the body says. You know what? I mean, maybe there'll be an idea around this table that can move us forward, and we can, quit probably debating so much, and we can figure out a solution to move on down the road. But I appreciate the conversation and the debate. Commissioner McCamey and Meade, I'm gonna let McCamey and Anderson talk, and then I'm gonna come back to you, okay, on the motion? All right, go ahead. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're discussing item 5, which is to address the mayor's vetoes. And we've got off on some other things here, I think. But if I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion that we allow the veto to stand.
Yeah, but,
That's fine.
well, hang on.
I had requested to speak.
Hang on. We're all right, folks. We're gonna get to the same place. We might come different paths, but we'll get there.
I yield to Mr. McCann.
Thank you. You are all right, Commissioner Meade. I don't care what they say. All right. You okay with that? Seriously?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I apologize, Commissioner McCamey. Please continue, sir.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we allow the veto that the mayor has issued to stand without any further action to be taken.
Is that for all 3 of those motions?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to allow the mayor's veto to stand for all 3 motions on the agenda as presented. Is there a second? Commissioner Scott, you second that motion? Any discussion on that motion? Commissioner Anderson, sorry, go ahead.
Kind of negates what I was going to ask, but since it's for all 3 motions, what I wanted to know is there's 3 vetoes, so could we not theoretically override the appropriation and then let the tax levy veto stand and fix that?
We can't appropriate money that we don't have, and the funding has to be addressed first, the tax levy, because that's what will fund The
So you can't fix-
appropriations.
Okay.
Appropriations will tell us what we're gonna pay. The levy tells us how we're gonna pay for it.
But it was the second vote we took that had the error.
That's correct.
So I
You're
thought if we
correct.
did.
The tax levy.
And they were, okay.
And I apologize, I didn't let you speak before.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Commissioner Smallridge?
Yes, just a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
If we don't override the veto, that leaves us, we could refer the budget committee, or we could take action to adopt a different budget for tonight. Is that correct?
My understanding, Commissioner Smallridge, is we could take action tonight. A commissioner could make a motion to, if they have a plan, and Jay, you correct me if I'm wrong, or it is an option certainly to refer it to the Budget Committee and have a joint meeting, as Commissioner Scott said as well. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Is that correct, Jay? Okay. Commissioner Meade, sir.
Yeah, I think it's important. There's been some concern about, is there a legal path to make things happen? And this commission can rescind or revoke any resolution we've ever done. Okay? Whether it be yesterday or last week or 2 years ago. The cleanest way forward is to rescind the 761, the tax levy resolution that we passed last month. If we rescind that, then we're in a position to amend, and during that amendment, we can decide whether or not we want to change the tax levy or not. But we then amend it, and then once we have it funded, then we could pass an appropriation that matches it, that would have to perhaps be modified to reflect the actual tax levy resolution. In other words, first we have to decide what the tax rates are going to be and how much money is going to come in. And then we're in a position to actually come up with an appropriation resolution that would make sense. So it really comes down to not just, if we rescind that resolution, it's no longer the resolution that was vetoed by the mayor. It wouldn't require veto. But for it to be amended, then it has to be reintroduced. It has to be a motion for however we decide what that's going to be. And then we have the way to go ahead for the appropriation resolution.
Commissioner Meade, I'll take that as you're going to vote against the motion that's on the floor.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other discussion? Can you restate your motion one more time, Commissioner McCamey, so everyone's clear as mud?
My motion was to allow the mayor's veto, to stand on the tax levy and appropriations resolution.
Did you also include the first one? I know it's oral. But,
Yeah. We can
She
include all three.
vetoed all three, so
Right.
Okay, so all three motions to allow it to stand. That's your motion. You have a second. Any other discussion before we go to the board?
So a vote of yes is to agree.
To agree to allow the vetoes to stand. Is that
Yes.
correct, sir? Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go to the board. Yes is allowed to stand. No is saying you want something different. What's this take?
It's a majority, right? Yeah.
Eight yes, 8 no. Motion fails.
Are you serious? People,
Hold on,
have you
hold
not
on,
gotten
hold on.
chewed out enough?
Does that mean that we've overridden the veto?
That means the motion that Commissioner McCamey put on the floor failed, which his motion was to allow all three vetoes to stand. So what we'll do is we'll open the floor back up. I imagine one of these 8 will want to make a motion to keep override or something. So the floor is open. Step up, Commissioner White.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. We rescind this back to budget.
That's the route we have to go, then second.
We have a motion to send this back to the budget. So Jay? Point of order. Yeah, we got to take, yeah. Your point of order is? Jay. Your point of order is on the vetoes.
Yes, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the question is this motion appropriate to defer it back to budget to start all over? I think that was my point of order.
Well, you're losing your ability to do anything with the veto at that point.
That's correct.
I don't know what your thoughts are, but you're going to let that window expire by doing that. I don't know if there's a substitute motion, but to accept that in part or what, but there's got to be some middle ground somewhere, or we're going to start having to work on the tax levy resolution and find middle ground there. But if you don't take action on the mayor's veto tonight, that window is going to expire, and those two documents, the tax levy resolution and the appropriation resolution, will be vetoed.
Okay, here's what I'd like to do. I think, and I don't know this, but maybe some of the commissioners felt if they supported Commissioner McCamey's vote, that somehow they were supporting Commissioner McCamey's ideas of what he may present later. I don't know, but a simple fact is this: as a body, we got to decide: are we going to allow the veto or not? So what I'd like to do, if the body is okay with this, I'd like to take up each motion on the mayor's vetoes. Item 1, voted up or down. Item 2, voted up or down. Item 3, voted up or down. I see the motion, Commissioner Meade. I'm just speaking, and I'll certainly come back to your motion when I'm done. If you would use your button, I see the button, I'll come back to you. Just let me finish my thought. Go ahead. I appreciate it. So that's what I'd like to see happen, so we all know clearly what we're voting on. We'll vote on item 1, 2, and 3. We'll take them individually so we all understand clearly what we're voting on. And that's what I'd like to do. So I'm going to move on now and let Commissioner McCamey, then I'll come to Commissioner Meade and hear his motion. Commissioner McCamey.
I was just going to echo basically what Jay said, that if we send this back to budget, we are in essence agreeing that the veto stands, because we've got 10 days to come up with something next meeting, and that's tonight. And if we don't do something tonight, the veto goes into effect tomorrow, and it's automatically vetoed.
Okay. Is that the way you understand it, Jay? Interesting. All right. Commissioner Meade, did you have something? Creasy, I saw your hand up, sir.
Well, yeah, I thought you were going in a different direction. We had a motion and a second on the floor, and the parliamentarian may want to clarify either we need to rescind that or act on it.
You mean where I was saying I wanted to go this way?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't make a motion. I said I'd like to see it go this way,
Right.
but you're correct, sir.
Yeah, we shouldn't go in that direction until
No. I didn't make an official motion.
And I'm going to yield the floor to the parliamentarian.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't make a motion. I just said I'd like to see it go this way. Yeah.
Point of order.
He thought I
Chair,
made a
can
motion.
make a motion? I know, I'm just saying, just a point of order.
Okay.
He's
so we're
trying to
all clear.
clarify
But I
that. I'm
appreciate
saying
it.
that's
Yeah.
understood.
Okay.
He thought I did make a motion, that's all. Commissioner Meade.
I have a question for the law director. If we make a vote that doesn't pass to not override the mayor's veto, does that not mean that we overrode the mayor's veto?
There was no technically that motion isn't needed. The motion is to override the mayor's veto. But I think you made a motion not to override the mayor's veto.
And it failed.
Right.
So that means we are not going to override the mayor's veto?
No, you can't infer that from that. That's not a affirmative type motion.
Okay, so we haven't resolved anything at this point.
That's
Okay.
correct.
I would make a motion that we rescind and amend the tax levy resolution, because that's the next thing that has to happen before we can go to the appropriation resolution.
Which motion?
We were told to use the buttons, and I did.
Hang on. There was a motion, and we had discussion. So restate your motion.
go back to the Budget Committee.
That was the motion you made, and who seconded it? Commissioner White?
I made the motion, Mr. Scott seconded it.
All right. And then we had discussion.
But if that's the wrong motion,
Then we can talk about it.
But if we do that, then that uphold,
then I understand Mr. Yeager's
You got 20 days or the next meeting.
motion. That's incorrect, to go back to budget at this time.
No, I'm sorry, sir. What?
I understood you to say that if this goes back to budget without us acting on it tonight, then the veto stands.
Yes, it's 20 days or the next regularly called county commission meeting. So we're at that meeting tonight and we're in 10 days into it. You'd have to have another special called meeting within that 20-day time period. If you don't do that, then her veto stands.
Well, I understood Robert to say that it goes in effect tomorrow.
It's 20 days now.
Well, then, Mr. Chairman, I'd still like to see my motion stand then. Let's send it back to budget and do it as quick as we can.
Mayor, come on up. Commissioner Anderson, I'll come back to you, sir.
Just, I guess, a procedural question. The motion on the floor was to allow the mayor's veto to stand. The law director has just opined that you can't infer from that my veto is overridden, correct?
That's correct.
So from a procedural standpoint, can you do a secondary motion to override my veto? If not, then the veto stands and there is no reason why you cannot take up the budget tonight, hash it out, do your 18-cent proposal, or send it back to Budget Committee. But we need a ruling on what happened, after this vote, you were addressing the veto. Does that make sense? So what happened? Does it stand or does it not?
Good question.
And
We don't overrule it, then it stands.
it stands.
20 days from the time
The veto stands.
Okay.
Is that our understanding, Jay?
20 days or the next regular scheduled county commission meeting, which we found is shorter than that. It's tonight.
So if we go in back tomorrow?
No, the 20 days. It's actually whichever is longer, I believe.
Yeah.
I can pull it up if needed.
I think
you-
we should pull it up because I believe that is when they can act on it. But if we have ruled that the veto stands, then is there anything to prohibit them from proceeding with a budget discussion tonight?
No.
Okay. Good clarification, I believe. Commissioner Anderson, I apologize. You're next, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I just don't agree with sending this back to Budget Committee right now. I feel like it's been batted back and forth from commission to budget a few times, and they've had several months on it, and I'm proud that they got it from 60-some cents down to 18.25 cents. But it's July the 15th. School starts in a couple weeks. I know we're not going to go off a cliff. I know nobody's going to get fired or anything, but departments are going to have to scramble for a few weeks. We're not going to have a finance director in place before August 31st, I don't believe. So I really don't think we're going to gain anything by going back to budget. Whatever votes we take, I would like us to have a budget tonight rather than send it to committee. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Scott.
I think it's, again, I still think it's necessary for everyone to have input in what's going on with this budget. The book that was in the county commission office is different from what Robbie just recently passed out to some of the commissioners that wanted a copy. I want to be able to go to the grocery store and go shopping again without getting accosted as to what somebody else said or how they voted. It's obvious that the taxpayers in the county are not happy with an 18.25% tax increase. If it means going back to the Budget Committee, everybody's welcome to come. I think it's important that everyone has a say as to what needs to be shaved, what needs to be cut, amended, however you want to call it, so that it comes down from 18.25 to a reasonable amount. Period.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Creasy.
Well, I liked Commissioner Scott's idea earlier in the meeting tonight, where she suggested a workshop first with the commission, putting out our ideas, and the budget committee would be there, and then going back to the budget. Now, that's, the motion on the floor is to go back to the budget. One of us needs to, you and I agree to the same procedure. One of us need to make a motion to have a workshop and then go to the budget, I believe, or we can just say, vote on this one and somebody else make a motion, we have a workshop.
Can I request to amend the motion that's on the floor, or would
You
it be
can.
up to Commissioner
Yes,
White?
you can.
Be up to Commissioner White. He was the original maker of the motion to amend it if he so chooses.
How about it?
Okay, again, I'd like to request that we have a work session, that it goes back to budget, but that we have a work session prior to the recommendation coming from the Budget Committee.
Okay. All right. All right.
It's clear as mud, but
Now we need to vote on that amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Let's go to the board on that one.
I think so.
No, have a joint meeting there. Okay. So yes,
My system's not working. It just shows the motion in a second. I don't have any way to vote.
okay.
Is that all right? What was the motion? Have a workshop.
for us to have a work session.
That's where you can present your ideas.
No. I don't think so. It's a good clarification.
I have no option to vote.
Come here.
I have to log in and.
No, you
I
don't.
got you. Make that point.
Commissioner Scott, there is a
I was
clarification.
fixing them all.
No, that's
Oh,
fine.
I'm sorry.
There's a clarification on your motion or question before we go to the board.
Okay.
On the amendment. When would this meeting be? Tonight or?
I would request that it be perhaps on Thursday. And I was originally going to suggest that it be from like,
Require a 5-day notice.
does it require 5 days? How many days do we have to do a public notice, Jay? For us to have a work session?
It's adequate public notice, but look to what we're dealing with here. You're dealing with probably a decision afterwards by the county legislative body, right, in a special called meeting?
I didn't say a special called meeting. I
I
was
know,
requesting.
you're just talking about the workshop.
work
with the-
session.
Well, it's got to flow at some point from Budget Committee to the County Commission. Do you want to do this all in one day, or do you want to address it at Budget Committee and then bring it back up in August?
I was going to, what my request is that all of commission be able to meet together, say 10 o'clock in the morning this Thursday, and just be able to go through the book, line, or department by department. I don't care if we have to order lunch until we get it done, and then allow that information to go to the Budget Committee. Let Budget Committee say, you know, this is what we want to propose to full commission.
I would want to get full public notice on that Budget Committee
So what's
meeting
full-
and also the subsequent County Commission meeting. There's an opportunity, if we look at it, I think it's the calendars, is it the 27th? Is that a Thursday?
One moment, I have a calendar right here.
Thursday is the 25th.
25th. We could get adequate public notice if we, did a workshop budget committee meeting and then a county commission meeting, or a workshop budget committee meeting and then the county commission meeting in February, or, I mean, in the regular meeting in August, or another special call meeting. But you're gonna have to knock out that workshop like you want and the budget committee meeting as soon as possible. You
Correct.
Understand? So is the 25th a doable date?
It works for me if it works for
That
everybody
way I can
else.
get it in all the papers, and we can do a good job
That's
with a
10
public
days from now.
notice. But
I just think it's important, guys, for everyone to be able to talk
Sure.
about this, rather than throw a number out there tonight and say, well, you know what, let's deal with 11 cents. Well, how do you want to divvy that up? And 11:30 tonight still not be where we need to be.
And we had the 11th for that, but nobody wanted to meet.
No, the 11th.
Ho, 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 come on, man.
No, we
I mean,
didn't.
Look, we all want the same thing, okay? We want a balanced budget, okay? I mean, no sense of us
Right.
making swipes at each other on who wanted to meet, who didn't want to meet. I mean,
So if we have to give a proper notice, I would request that it be on the 25th, 10 days from now. That's our proper notice per J.
okay.
what time do you want to get started?
10
then?
o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and what time do you want to call that budget committee meeting? It needs to be later on that afternoon.
I don't. Ho. We're in the middle of a vote. You have a motion on the floor. You have an amendment to that motion. So let's vote it up or down.
Would you state the motion?
What's that? Yes. We're voting on the amendment only. That's to have a joint
Workshop.
workshop with the budget committee.
Correct.
So let's vote on that amendment.
So are we having to pick a date and a time right during?
Well,
for
your
the-
motion didn't say that.
Good, thank you.
So let's just vote on the amendment, and then we'll go to the original motion and have more discussion, which was referred to the Budget Committee. Okay? So this is a vote on the amendment to have a joint meeting. Does everybody understand?
Work it out.
Okay.
Yes.
Joint workshop meeting. Yes is to have a joint meeting, no is to not. Everybody understood?
I thought the original motion was to refer it to Budget Committee.
It is. This is the amendment. We're voting for a joint. Commissioners,
That was,
Hallelujah.
this is just, we're amending it to say now, refer it
I
to
just want
Budget
people to
Committee,
work together.
but not refer it to Budget
No.
Committee, but to have a work session. It's conflicting motions.
It's a joint meeting of the budget committee.
that is the amendment.
Instead of just a budget committee.
Well, let's just
I thought it said.
cross one off the table, vote for the amendment or not, and then we'll go to the original motion. If you don't want to have a joint meeting, vote no. If you want to have a joint meeting, vote yes. Okay, we have a joint meeting, yes. Now let's go to the original motion, which is to have a meeting with the Budget Committee, and now we can pick some dates because it's still open for discussion. Commissioner Val, I left you hanging, sir. Sorry.
I love group efforts as well. I think that together each accomplishes more and all that stuff. And I myself think that we have been meeting in groups. I know Commissioner Yeager has attended budget committee meetings. Commissioner Meade, I've seen him there a few times. Commissioner Creasy is a regular at our budget committee meetings. And we've been doing that since February. January. Thank you, Chuck. January. If there are some hats around here that has rabbits in them, and we can pull the rabbits out of our hat and come up with a solution to this problem at 18.25, let's do it here tonight. I think I understand the law director and the mayor both correctly that we can discuss it tonight, that there's a mechanism in place for us to do that. Let's not put it off. Let's do it tonight. Let's get it fixed tonight. It's been 4 months.
Commissioner Scott.
So again, I understand your point, but the books were different. There's 2 sets of books out there. Oh, good Lord is right. There are two different books that are out there. The book that is down in the commissioner's office is different from the numbers you got.
Okay.
And I spoke with Robbie earlier, and he agrees. Those were
Hold
two
up,
different
hold up,
sets of
hold up,
numbers.
Hold up. Look, I know there's a lot of people who want to speak. As you all can tell, we're struggling to speak ourselves. So adding in more folks to come up and start giving their opinions at this point is probably not going to be very helpful. And I love you, honey, but we need to get this piece done. So we have a motion on the floor.
There are two books, and there are
Okay.
conflicting numbers all over the place. And I think they should all be looked at.
Everybody will have a chance to speak, trust me.
Other and miscellaneous categories get money should be looked at in detail.
Okay, but look, let's this body get our arms around it. It's okay to disagree. We're not, well, none of us are perfect, okay? So I understand that Budget Committee's looked at it a long time. There's no secret to that. They have. Now, here we are today. You know, what happens when you rush through it is the reason we're sitting here today.
That's right.
And everyone can disagree or agree if they like, but the facts are we rushed through it the last time on July 27th, so here we are today.
That's right.
And we passed something and I signed something that wasn't correct. So if people want to get upset, get upset. Sorry about it. I shouldn't have signed the document in the first place because it wasn't correct. We'd have been $3 million out of the budget. Then what would your raise mean? Nothing, because we'd had to take it back to fund everything else because we didn't do it right. So it's important that this body do it right. And I agree with Commissioner Anderson. We do need to get it done quickly. I understand the pressures. It's obvious. It's in this room. So let's all of us work together to get it done. Let's all not, you know, challenge each other on who thinks each other's right or wrong, but let's work together to get a budget. It's that simple. If we can do it tonight, great, but I think that's unfair to Robbie. I think it's unfair to say to Robbie, hey, go downstairs and get us another tax levy and another resolution and hammer it out, buddy. I mean, he's been thrown into a position that he didn't ask for. And we just sit here and make comments like he can snap his fingers and have it done in 2 seconds. So I think it makes sense to, whatever we decide, to have a time to make sure we do it right. Who's in the meeting, who discusses it, that's all irrelevant to me, but we got to get it done right. So, and I don't think there's any political ploy by anyone at this table to want to cut somebody out or, you know, get even with somebody. We got to have a balanced budget. So we have a motion on the floor that we need to get back to. And if that motion is to send it back to budget, there is no date, it just says send it back to budget, and that was the motion, so that's what we're going to vote on. The amendment passed to have a joint, so now the motion on the floor is to go back to budget. You can vote it up, vote it down, and then we'll have more dialogue. And if that means somebody's got a motion, well, maybe we get to hear that next. Any questions? So let's go to the board. Brian, get us clear here. Does everybody understand the motion on the floor? That's to send it back to Budget Committee.
The amendment.
With the, correct, a joint with the commission, which that passed.
So it'll be a budget committee meeting and a workshop altogether.
Yes, sir. And if this motion fails, then we'll start again on maybe another motion somebody has. Okay? Creasy?
Jerry. Oh, we're voting?
This is on sending it back to the Budget Committee with the joint meeting. 8-8, motion fails. We're back to square one. Is there a motion on the floor? Clear the board so I can see the next motion. Hey, be respectful. Be respectful. We all need to be respectful. I mean, come on, we're here for the same reasons, and it's okay. Again, everybody's going to get upset at certain things. I mean, but who in here doesn't want to see the county move forward? Raise your hand. Okay, good. We're all on the same page. Let's stay on that page and let's move forward. I'd like to see a motion. Does anybody have a motion? There we go. Commissioner Meade.
Yes, I make a motion to rescind the tax levy resolution and then amend it to include the error that was made inadvertently, to put the .10, is it 54? Back in there for Oak Ridge and Clinton, and to make a correction to the end of that column, so to be the 18.2, whatever is the total.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Commissioner, Mayor.
Can you, if the veto has stood, don't you just need to do a motion to approve? I mean, you're basically reapproving, you're not doing a motion to rescind something that's already been vetoed.
She's correct. You can just make a motion to do that now.
Yes.
Her veto has stood, so just forget about it.
I thought it didn't stand until the 20th day. So it's still.
Okay, but you can make a motion to do.
If we
what you're trying to do.
rescind a motion that was vetoed, does that not erase the whole thing and we start over?
On a veto of a mayor, an override of a mayor's veto, that vote has to be specific, okay? You can't call it anything else. Is that what you're trying to do? Because you're going to have to come back, and if you're going to veto that, override her veto on that, then your next step at that point is to rescind and amend Section 1 on the tax levy resolution. But I don't, is that where you're headed with the 18.25? Is that what you're trying to get back in place?
My feeling is that if you rescind the resolution, that automatically nullifies the veto. Because you rescinded it, it's gone.
You're correct.
And then it's reintroduced as amended, and then the mayor has the right to veto that one later if she wants to.
That's correct.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
So if I'm
To rescind that resolution.
You had 2 votes.
And replace it with an amended resolution for tonight.
Okay.
That
The
makes
whole resolution or just Section 1? The whole resolution?
And this just makes it, the amendment is to correct that one section.
Okay.
Otherwise, leave it unchanged.
So again, the 20 days is the language for when you have to hear it. So if we can pull that statute out, we can read that. I have 10 days to act, and then you have any time within that window, either the next regular meeting or within 20 days. That's, yes. So that has nothing to do with the effect of the veto. The veto has stood, so now it no longer, that resolution is no longer, it's been acted on. It stood. So now I'm asking the parliamentary question. Commissioner Meade can do a new resolution. You could ask the clerk what number to give it. You could call it the same number and maybe version B, but it's not a motion to rescind. The action on that motion is already final.
So his motion should
On that veto is already
motion
final.
should perhaps be to introduce a new resolution.
Yes.
Makes sense, I think.
I will reword that. I recommend that we file a new resolution. It was my intent to give it a new number and a new name because it's amended, but to do a new resolution that includes the Part 1 tax levy resolution correction because of an inadvertent error. All of that had been discussed and passed by budget and passed to this committee, and even in spite of the fact that there was some discussion, it was passed with an error in it. And I want to just correct that error and then recommend it for to be voted on and passed by this commission tonight.
Does everybody understand that motion? What Commissioner Meade is proposing is...
The amendment would only be the number and then the correction to the 2 lines and then the sums.
And the total amount would still remain 18.25.
That's right, for the total assessment, and therefore it would match the appropriation resolution that we already had passed, but has been vetoed, that has been vetoed. We'd have to renew that with a new number.
Okay, so there's a new, Commissioner Meade is making a motion to introduce a new resolution which includes the items left off under the debt service .1054, I think it is.
With a new resolution number.
New resolution. Is that your understanding of the second, Commissioner Anderson? Commissioner Val?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I understand where Commissioner Mead is trying to get with this. I'm a little confused on how we wound up going around the mulberry bush to get there, but my question is, where do we get to a point in the meeting here tonight that we can hear the new ideas that have been brought up that will fix everybody's problems without an 18.25 tax increase? I would love to hear those, and maybe now's the appropriate time, but I've been hearing that there are some solutions out there that I haven't heard yet, and I'd love to hear them.
Well, Commissioner Val, you're correct. What happens is just like earlier, we vote up or down a motion, and then whoever punches the motion button on their device that has that idea next will take action on that one.
Okay.
So at this point, we're taking a vote, as you understand, and what you said is on this new resolution with the corrections, and it would be at 18.25 cent tax increase. You either vote it up if you want it, or you vote it down if you don't. If that fails, then we'll go back to the board, and maybe we'll get to hear a new idea from somebody around this table. Or will be something else to come around the table. So this is where we're at right now. Commissioner Denenberg, did I answer your questions, Commissioner Val, before we move on?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering if this would be the appropriate time, since the motion is on the floor for 18.25, that someone could say, well, I got another idea here that may lower that.
Well,
But if that's not the appropriate time, I yield. That's fine.
They can mention it, but they can either speak for it or speak against it. Maybe a commissioner would say, I'm against this motion because I have another one that's more, I think, appealing to the body as a whole, and I'd like to pitch it. But so I'm going to vote no on this motion. That's probably what we're lacking here. Commissioner Denenberg, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification to Commissioner Val's point. If we do vote yes for the correction on the resolution as it is currently written, then am I correct in assuming that we are putting back in place the full 18.25?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with that said, if that's the case, then why would we then go around the room asking for other suggestions as to modifications and/or amounts for a new resolution? Why would we not want to do that before?
Only if somebody is speaking to let the commission know they're going to vote against it. That's all. They're not going to roll out their plan in the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question will be, if this passes, Jay, does that mean the appropriation is correct?
Yeah, there's a couple things. Robert, you think the appropriation resolution is correct as written if the 18.25 stands? The mayor mentioned a couple things she wanted to see added, but I know at one point thought it was all right.
The money for the capital projects hasn't been allocated, but it hasn't, by the budget committee or anybody. We did it this way last year and it was fine. I think because there's a tax increase and it's been looked at a lot more closely this year, that maybe the money needs to be, allocated in a code.
Well, it is correct. We have to pass a tax levy first, but I think this motion is obviously just to do the tax levy, and maybe the next motion would be to address the appropriations, but we'll take them one at a time. Commissioner Fritz.
Well, following up on what Commissioner Val was saying, we have been working on this budget since January. 2 to 3 commissioners have attended every meeting, so this has not been a rush thing. I've heard people say, well, when we looked at alternatives, I myself and the Budget Committee recommended a wheel tax, and somebody made a comment, why haven't y'all looked at wheel taxes? Well, I and various people, even in the audience in here, I was told have liked that idea. I couldn't even get the discussion on it. But because they said, wheel tax is the only fair thing because renters don't pay. Well, renters do pay. The landlord up to rent, and so they share the cost in that. But the original cost of Natalie proposed to us, and Natalie was awesome when what she did for this budget was something like 52.5 cents. 22.5 cents was what she said the county needed to fund just the capital outlay alone, just for the general fund. We're only doing like 1.5 cents for the capital outlay. That's still 21 cents far from addressing the capital needs of the county. And we're talking about maybe cutting the budget here and there to try to come up with some extra money. That extra money needs to go addressing the capital needs of this county. Any new revenue that people keep talking about that might come into this county needs to go towards addressing the capital needs of this county. We're hurting in numerous areas that we have kept ignoring year after year after year, whether it's rooftops, air conditioning units, ambulances, police cars, you name it. The capital needs of this county is starting to suffer big time. And that's where Natalie, who was an experienced budget person, told us it would take 22.5 cents to address the capital needs alone. And we're only looking at 1.5 cents just for the capital needs. So, yeah, we could go back and after the budget is passed and look for ways we can cut things to help address the capital needs that we've got coming, and even with the new revenues to help address the capital needs of this county. But we've got to do something to get this county moving forward. And we can all say, look at the fund balance, but that's only there for 1 year, and it's not there next year. The fund balance is not the way to go.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz. Any other discussion between commission? So the motion we have on the floor is for...
Reserve my right to speak last.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we have a resolution on the floor to make the changes to a new tax levy resolution, which would equal the 18.25 with the modifications as suggested. As the chairman, I reserve the right to allow people to come speak now. And I apologize, Ms. Perry. I'm gonna let you be first because you've been so patient, and I don't want you to feel like I was avoiding you. So you're gonna go first. I'll let whoever wants to go next. I imagine my wife will want to jump in there at some point. And go ahead, Ms. Perry. Jerry, I'll probably hand you the hammer here in a minute. Go ahead, Ms. Perry.
April Perry, 90 Dairy Pond Road, Norris.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that on behalf of Commissioners Fritz, Jameson, Meredith, Val, McCamey, Denenberg, Mead, Creasy, and Smallridge, who voted for this budget, for the 18.25 during the last commission meeting, I think it's a slap in the face to say, oh, we're going to go back to the drawing board and, we're going to try to redo all this again, as if it didn't already take a long amount of time, which everyone knows that it did. There was no snap decisions made on this, I feel. Our school budget has already started, July 1st. So as a citizen, as a teacher, I don't get to tell the state of Tennessee that my kids aren't ready for the test and that I'm not held accountable for the test. Trust me, I'm held accountable, even if they're not ready. As in my military career, if a pilot comes out to get the jet that I've just fixed, I can't tell him, well, I fixed everything except for the flight controls. Good luck with that on your mission. So I feel like to say, oh, we're going to send this back to the budget committee because some people don't like the 18.25%. It's a slap in the face of the hard work of all the commissioners, of the director of schools, of the sheriff, everybody who's been involved in this process. So I would just ask you to stay strong with your vote and vote the same way because I know the waters have been really muddied tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Of course, the motion we have on hand is to vote in new resolution not to send it back to the budget, but that was discussed earlier, and you didn't get a chance to speak to that, so I understand why you're saying that. Anybody else would like to speak? Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
You know, back when we were working on the budget, the sheriff stepped forward at one time and said, I need X amount of dollars. And I put it in an explanation to him of, why are you asking for the full cookie jar when all you need is an Oreo? And at this point, he's actually said, I don't need all of Unit 1. I only need a portion of it. And I don't need all of that money. I only need this much. Bringing this tax increase to 18 cents is including, like I talked about at the last meeting, it was 4 cents that you needed at budget. One of the commissioners said, I'll make a motion to give them 6.75, I believe it was. He was willing to work with X amount of dollars, and that motion was made to give him the full cookie jar. I'm asking you guys to please just take the time and go through the proposed budget. There's areas that can be cut and modified. I'm not slapping any teachers in the face. We know that they need money, but there are other areas that can be amended. There's 2 different books out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Sheriff Barker. Hey, did Fritz kick you away from his microphone?
No, I just wanted to come over here and lean on the podium. I get my left side's a little better.
Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, and Commissioner Scott, I'll just be quite frank with you. It's offensive that you would talk about cookies when you know cops like donuts. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Hey, can we switch spots for a while?
Yeah. So, listen, I really have not a whole lot left to say. We have went back and forth. We presented to budget. We've presented to operations. We spoke individually. And I get it. When we made this budget, we asked for 5 road deputies, and we asked to open all of Unit 1. Our position was, and still is, if that's what we need over the next 4 years. And we thought we needed to pull the trigger and do it now. I believe that bad news comes best in big doses. And that was our 4-year plan. That's where we were at on that. As we learned and watched how, looking outside of only the sheriff's office, which is the only thing I'm in charge of, I do not weigh in on other people's budgets, and I stay in my lane when it comes to that. Although not everybody has afforded me that same respect, I'm okay with that because it comes with the job. But as we looked at it and we took a look, what we did is my command staff and I took a step back and tried to look at the county as a whole and look at how could we do our part to reduce the tax levy. And that's when we come up with raising the board bill revenues to pay for the operations and saying we will make half of Unit 1 open. Not that that's what we wanted, but we would make that work. We'll make the tough decisions as well. So we did that. It did not pass. We had people on the budget committee that agreed that with us that Unit 1 needed to be open, and I thank you for that. Now I get, with the 16 of you, and including the mayor, we have disagreements on what the sheriff's office needs to do, what the sheriff's office needs to look like. I want to tell everyone that I don't fund my department. I don't make that decision. I have no say-so in this. I simply did exactly what I was asked to present a budget with what our needs were. And I feel like I did that, and I stand exactly by our original thing that we put forth, okay? We will make whatever we need work. With that being said, for me, I think that, Siri, I'm not talking to you. I think that public safety is and should be at the forefront of government, what government should do. Because without public safety, we don't get to enjoy the rest of our rights. And so I think that's incredibly important. And in the end, the 16 of you that I'm standing here in front of tonight, you will determine what the quality of public safety is that we provide. You will determine our response times. You will determine how many people we can incarcerate. That is set here by you guys. Because I don't fund it, you guys do. And I promise you this, as I said from day one, there will be zero hard feelings. We ain't gonna be no crybabies at that, so whatever you give us, we will take gratefully and appreciate and do the absolute best we can with it. But outside of that, there's really nothing more I can add to this conversation.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yep. Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll bear with me, I got some questions. And I've kind of been waiting on this to make sure that it was appropriate because of the motions that were made. And I just got, the new updated book last Wednesday. And there's a question there, and it's actually on page 58. And it's about the rollover. And it looks like that we got a little over $2 million in rollover money. $2,089,391. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly? Robbie? Yes. Okay. All right. Has any of that been considered in this 18.25% tax increase? Using that. And I think, and what I've heard from other commissioners, and especially, and I overheard, Commissioner McCamey, and maybe he spoke to some of these other people, and I think from what he was saying, is a whole lot more palatable to the public than 18 cents, because when I have talked to my constituents, they really don't like the 18 cents, but they understand that there's an issue and that needs to be addressed. And I think that from what I understand from Commissioner McCamey, it's more palatable. And is there things in here that we could use to help that? And, I mentioned about using that tax money. But what if we take the new tax money and we apply every bit of that to our capital projects going forward? Well, we may have to put some off for a year till we get that balance built up. And I think that if we don't vote this 18.25% in, then maybe Commissioner McCamey come up with some other ideas, and that's why I'm supporting Commissioner White and Commissioner Scott about going back and talking about some of this, because this is a new budget book that we just got, and this is the monies that we got to work with, and I've always applauded the Budget Committee because you got a tough job, you really do. And we're not having a finance director in there. I mean, we have got a guy in there, Lester Tackett, that's got bukus of experience. Is that correct? I mean, he would make an excellent finance director.
Did he apply?
If the guy would take a job. But I mean, he's just got, and I've talked to Robbie about him, and he's got good skills. He knows what's going on. But that's it. And I'm not voting against the Budget Committee. I'm just trying to, from what my constituents and people across the county have said, 18 cents is hard to swallow. But I think, they may. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Isbell.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smallridge.
I wanted to follow up on a question that the Commissioner Scott had for the sheriff. I think going back to opening up half of Unit 1, I think at one point in a memo you mentioned that would save maybe if 1.2 cents on the tax rate, if I remember correctly. But I'd like to know what do you feel is the impact of opening half the unit as opposed to opening the whole unit? What is the impact?
The difference between the opening half and the whole unit is this. It's 64 beds, period. What we do is, and I don't want to, again, get into all this again, but for those of you who attended, it's all about TCI numbers and when we're full and when we're not. If we get half that unit open, the magic number for losing classification is 425. We were at 405 this morning. So those 64 beds give us a total of 499. The magic number for TCI gets upset with us and starts saying that we're out of compliance for us when it comes to classification and various things is 425. That's the difference of the impact. And that's where we're at. I mean, to this body, I mean, look, I'll answer any questions you got. I've emailed, text, called, and met with a lot of you, and I'm just ready. I'm ready to get back to law enforcement, guys. That's just the truth.
I suspect you're still enforcing the law, whether...
We are, but I'm not. I'm having a lot of meetings. But that's where we're at. I'm telling you, we're in great shape in Anderson County, and we should all agree on this, that we're incredibly lucky and thankful that we have that building and we're not facing having to build a building.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioner Smallridge. Yes, sir, come on up.
Would y'all like me patting down for you?
No, I'm afraid you might find something. Commissioner Isbell, and I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Parrott. What's that? Oh, you had a question for Sheriff.
We can share the podium. Come on.
They're trying to make sure I hit my 10,000 steps.
Exactly.
I think they're worried about my health. Yes.
Sure. First of all, I want to applaud you for the job that you do.
Thank you.
I really do. You and the officers that's out there, that's in the jail and that's out there on patrol. I mean, it's just as dangerous in the jail almost, I think.
Absolutely.
Just because I've been there and seen, haven't been incarcerated yet. But,
We can help you with that.
I've been saying, yeah, you'll take care of that.
Let's see how tonight goes.
I'm not driving home.
I'm changing my vote.
There was a letter back in 2012, and I'm sure you probably heard about it. I just hadn't heard the explanation. And this is when that we did a tax increase to fund the minimum security. And I think Jay actually wrote the letter.
He did. You're talking about the letter to Beth Ash, who was at the time the director of
Yes.
TCI.
And it says that we're actually hiring 13 new correctional officers to staff the minimum security dormitories. You know, it says that twice in there. What happened to that money?
Yeah, the mayor and I actually met Monday, I think it was, and she showed me that letter from 2012, or maybe 2013, whenever it was. Here is what happened on that. Commission did fund 13 positions. What was going on at the time, and keep in mind, long before I took office, but we had an overcrowding issue that the state of Tennessee was dealing with Commission on. We had to get them somewhere. Commission was faced with the decision of either building a temporary facility or a permanent facility. The numbers I've been told, I've not researched it or looked, it was either $800,000 for a temporary facility or $1.2 million for a permanent facility. Commission built the $1.2 million, which is now called Unit 1. They moved the inmates into Unit 1, hired 13 corrections officers to staff that. At the same time, or at the completion of Unit 1, the expansion of the jail, Unit 7, started working, okay? Or they began work on that. When Unit 7 is a 210-bed unit, am I correct on that, Commissioner Val? 210 beds. When that was completed, they took the inmates out of Unit 1, transferred them to Unit 7, and took those corrections positions and moved them there too. Now, following that, the mayor pointed out to me that she had approved 15 additional, is that right, Mayor? 15 additional corrections officers the following year. But the money, they're on the salary agreement, but the funding was never put in place for those 15. So we have the spots, we just don't have the funding. And that's what happened to those 13 that were approved back in 13.
I think it was there for the 15.
I'm sorry.
The funding was there, the sheriff and I went over this, the funding was there for the 15, but the 13, what happened is there was only a plus up in the sheriff's budget of 200 and some thousand. for those original 13. So apparently what happened, if you look at the actuals in the budget books, the jailer salaries went from 2 million to like 2.5 million, but the long-term funding wasn't, it was only a $200,000 some plus up in the budget book. So there must have been some kind of one-time funding that went into that, maybe to meet compliance with TCI, but
My understanding was,
the 15 went there because that's all, that's in the budget book and in the plus up and all that.
my understanding is that it was taken from undesignated fund balance. And then the following year, you had to add that in to the budget.
And I guess my point is there, and this was brought up by a constituent, you know, you're voting, you know, a tax levy that be used for a certain thing, and that's what we think it's going to be used for, but then it's used for something else. And so I'm glad you explained it, because I really could. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's what my research has found. But I can assure you, whatever you give me, I use it for what it's for. I don't like being up here.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Isabel. Okay, if there are no more questions around the board, this is last time. Come on up. Yes, Mr. McBride. Go ahead, Dr. Parrott. Mr. McBride, you'll be next. Dr. Parrott.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the commission for their support for Anderson County Schools, and I know you all have a hard job, and I think I've pretty well met with almost everybody around this table. Just kind of a little background. Almost 3 years ago, as now it's been, I've started my 4th year. When I first came into this job and we started looking really and truly getting into the budget and getting into things, I met with the mayor, I met with the county finance director, and I met with the budget committee and started talking about capital projects and how we could get our county out of debt. The original plan that I brought 2 years ago to the budget committee was we asked for 8 cents to put in a capital fund. The budget committee at that time said, we're not doing any kind of tax increase this year. 2 or 3 of them said, you know, you just don't get it. And I said, I understand that, and we used undesignated funds last year to do capital improvements. We have been, for the last 3 years, putting money back for the gym at Grand Oaks Elementary School. We have up to $450,000 back for capital funds. The budget committee, we requested 8 cents. The budget committee asked the schools to balance the budget without any increase. We went back. We balanced the budget that included $1.25 million to get a raise into the budget. Teachers are on contracts, and we added $1,000 to every teacher. All other employees received a 49-cent pay increase. If you divide that by 2,080 hours worked in a year, that comes right out to roughly $1,000. The budget committee did approve 6 cents out of the 8 for the capital projects. We really appreciate what y'all did for that. That money's in an account. That money can't ever be used for anything but capital outlays, and this committee has to approve that. I know there's a lot of things that have happened since last month, but the track at Clinton High School still needs to be resurfaced. We still need to replace a roof at Andersonville and Claxton. We still have to replace the fire alarm at Anderson County High School. You know, this budget committee that we've got with our school system, I believe this is a solid plan. If this plan goes forward, we can pay off the debt. In 2027, there's $550,000 falls off of your all's debt. In 2027, that opens up $1.5 million that you all can decide, $550,000 that you all decide what to do with. In 2032, which I hope I'm not standing here, that total goes to $1.6 million. And after that, it just keeps going down because of the way you all pay for debt service. I am asking that Commission honor that vote of 6 cents and let us put that project into place. And I believe you're going to be very happy with the outcome.
all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Parrott. Commissioner Anderson and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple questions, Dr. Parrott. The 6 cents that Budget Committee approved, if I'm correct, that, since that goes into that specific capital fund, that does not affect the maintenance of effort,
No,
right?
it does not. No,
So-
I mean, really and truly, as this commission, you can decide to take it away next year if you choose.
Well, and that's what I don't, not necessarily saying take it away, but if revenue does go up like we're hoping it will or projected to, then that what the schools get from that, if you can get it from somewhere else after a year, do you think we could work with you on that? Since this isn't going to affect the maintenance of effort. And the 6 cents is kind of close to what commission promised to pay you for the Chromebooks anyway. You know, I still feel like if we give you 0 cents in the tax increase, we still owe you 2 years of Chromebook payments because we committed to do that. So I feel I'm leaning more towards, I think we should give you the 6 cents this year. It at least catches us up on Chromebook payments. If internet sales tax comes through, if other revenues come up, then we can take a look at the 6 cents a year from now.
I think the other thing you have to remember too is that this year we'll have to fund our capital outlay programs out of something else because that money really won't be in there till February. So, you know, and there's a lot of things we'll do with that in the summer. That's when we do a lot of our capital projects. But that puts a lot of things in place with the gym and things like that.
thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yeager.
Thank you, Dr. Parrott. The 6 cents for capital improvements.
Yes.
None of that goes to Oak Ridge, correct?
No,
All right. They just approved to borrow $5 million for their capital improvements for their schools. City council members have called me to urge me to not vote in favor of this 6 cents because Oak Ridge will be paying for their own and also paying a great deal for the counties. So this is not against teachers' raises or anything like that, but it's the mechanism to put it in that fund that isolates it is what bothers me because Oak Ridge is having to go through the same thing on their own.
And we just borrowed $11.2 million just to get caught up on ours. You're exactly right. And the schools have the last $22 million we've borrowed that the county commission hadn't paid any of it. You're exactly right. And I do understand that, but Anderson County Schools, you're our only funding body. We lost $1 million when they ruled that we can't get any of the beer or the liquor tax. So we can't fund. We lost 4 teachers this week to other school systems that pay more money than us. And I think that's what we do. It's a revolving door. So that's why I was asking you, and I do understand that. And hopefully that if this passes, we'll be good stewards with that money, and we'll make it to where that county commission will have a lot more money to divvy up. Thank you.
I just want to say, it's a hard job for everybody.
Yes.
And no one is against anybody.
Yes.
You know, we love our teachers in Oak Ridge and out in the county, but you have to make a decision at some point. You have to hit the button.
Yes.
And I just want you to know, there's no hard feelings toward you.
Oh, I understand that. Listen, like I've told everybody around this table, we're going to start school in about 2 weeks from Friday, and we're going to do. We've got 1,000-something employees, and they'll all be at work, and we're going to do the best we can for Anderson County Schools, and we're going to make y'all proud, no matter what happens.
Always do.
Thank you,
Commissioner McCamey.
Enough, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging. Let me speak the third time on this. But it's about growth. You know, we got growth issues and what's going to happen in the future. I think the IDB board, and maybe the mayor can speak about this, they're going to be meeting to discuss another TIF for another motel. And that's going to be another subject because, we took this up before and there were some commissioners who were saying, here we are, we're going to do a tax increase, but we're giving away, $1 million. And so all that's going to be discussion. But that's why I say again, and again, I applaud the Budget Committee, is why we take all this stuff into account. Because that's growth. If you've got another motel that's willing to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Isbell. Martin McBride, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin McBride, 954 West Outer Drive in Oak Ridge. I wanted to, as you're struggling with this tax increase and looking at the 2018 tables from the state on property taxes, I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that in Oak Ridge, even with a 18 cents plus a 2-cent city tax rate, it didn't cause us to break the top 10. It puts us as number 11 out of 427 taxing districts. Now that's used against us by outside areas, particularly by Farragut and Hardin Valley. I know, I've talked to those realtors, the first thing they do is pull out the tax table. But I think as you struggle with this, and I thank you for struggling with this, we need to think about where these tax increases are really coming from. And they are coming from the Department of Energy. Department of Energy has a huge construction project in Oak Ridge. $5-6 billion, something like that. I work with the Oak Ridge hotels. I talk with a lot of these new people that come into town, and over, it's clear that the Department of Energy is directing them towards Farragut realtors. They're actually assigning Farragut realtors to these new people. And when that happens, those people, those Farragut realtors don't find it cost effective to come over to Norris or Clinton or Oliver Springs or Oak Ridge. They stay over there. Now, being a site manager, a former site manager myself, retired, one of the things you can do is to bring the site manager's attention to this issue by inviting them right here on the television camera to talk about it. If I had received such an invitation while I was a site manager, I would do 3 things. First of all, I would investigate to see if it's going on, because where people go for housing and what the personnel office is telling them is not on my screen. I am too busy. So that would give me an excuse to look into it. Secondly, I would want to come here to thank you for all your support for the Oak Ridge DOE nuclear programs, because I felt deeply grateful when you supported my nuclear program. Third, I would also put down in front of you a very brief policy telling my staff, my contractors, that it was my position that we make no housing recommendations, no referrals, period. Get out of that whole business. And what that would do, ultimately, is give us a more level playing field. Because some people in DOE criticize Anderson County. I think Anderson County is a beautiful place to live. It is gorgeous, and it has many, many attributes frankly, these new DOE workers are not even being allowed to consider. And if you look at the numbers for the UPF project, let's just say they brought in 500 people. We don't know because they won't tell us, but let's just say they did for 5 years. And each one an average of $100,000 apiece. That's $50 million a year revenue. Over 5 years, that's $250 million. And we're getting a tiny, tiny portion of that, but we should be getting a lot more. They need to stop referring people to Knox County. They need to cut out the practice of assigning Knox County realtors. Thank you.
Martin, thank you very much. Mr. Lyash says hello to you and your wife.
Oh, hello to Jeff.
Yes, ma'am. If anyone else is going to want to talk, this is, again, your chance before we take a vote on the 10.25 tax increase, tax levy, rather. What's that? 18, sorry, I was already lowering it. 18.25, my bad. Yes, ma'am, I apologize. Go ahead.
Maria G., 169 North Seneca Road, Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I just wanted to bring to your attention that the Oak Ridge teachers make $10,000 to $13,000 more dollars a year than we do, and that you heard what Dr. Parrott said about how much we have borrowed over the years, and it's much more than they have. It's not just the teachers, it's the school system, and we need to show that we value education in Anderson County. Oak Ridge has already shown that they do. Clinton makes more than we do as far as teachers' salaries. Of course, they only have 3 schools, which makes a big difference. But still, we need to fund our school system. This director has worked so hard. He's been so good, and we've all worked together, teachers, board, administration, and we need to see that you all value education. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up, state your name and your address. Make sure you start the clock on her.
Shannon Wandell, 117 Hilltop Lane, Claxton. Everybody values teachers. I used to joke at Claxton, they need to name the building after me. I've sent 4 kids through there. At one time, a year or 2 ago, I had one at every level of school, from college down to elementary. Nobody values teachers more than myself and our family and probably everybody in this room. But I also value tax dollars. Chuck Fritz, I'm going to disagree with you, sir. My father owns rental properties. My father owns, all commissioners, my father owns rental properties.
Ma'am, speak to the chairman.
Chairman, your father-in-law owns rental properties.
No kidding.
Those rates for our renters are set so those people can afford to live, buy their groceries, pay their air conditioning, keep the heat on. I can promise you this, in the city of Oak Ridge, where he owns his properties, considering he pays city and county taxes both, if we raise the rates to those good renters we have at his condominiums, they couldn't afford to live there because they already have higher utilities than probably anybody in East Tennessee. 2-bedroom condos with a bath and a half. Some of them have utility bills of almost $300 a month. My dad pays the property taxes, not the renters. Now, I may be the only fool in the county that'll stand here and tell you I also disagree. I would gladly pay a wheel tax. Every person in the county has wheels. But I can tell you this, they don't own property. Now, I won't say any names or locations, but I know of some criminal activity going on in Claxton. And I can assure you, every druggie driving up and down the road, they don't walk to go do their deals. They're driving cars, and they have license plates on them. It don't have to be $50 or $75 like out west. Do $10. There's 79,000 people in this county. We just have 4 children, one that's never going to drive. I'm probably going to drive him till he's 40. But with our daughters, all the cars, my old Papa Doug truck, $10 a car, you make 70 extra bucks a year just on the Wandells. There's things we can do besides eat these people alive that pay property taxes. This is not about teachers. It's not about a personality contest. I love Russell Barker and went to school with him. Tracy bragged day one when y'all started this how detailed Russell's budget was. He's an open book. But it rained this weekend, and I'm not an elected official, and I sat at home reading the budget book. There's stuff in there makes no logical sense, and I'm not talking about the schools or the sheriff. Their stuff is detailed. This other stuff, I challenge all of y'all to really go back and look. When you got a category here that says other/miscellaneous, and over here says $60,000, what is that? And I drove him crazy all weekend. I would just randomly yell, what's $60,000 for this? Don't know. Don't know. Oh, but let's raise taxes based on, to let it be paid.
3 minutes is up, ma'am.
3 minutes here. 3 minutes here is up. Thank you for your time. But
I imagine you're against this motion on the floor.
I'm against 18.25 cents to the taxpayers, to the property owners, to the property owners. I want to make that clear. Not everybody owns property, and it is incorrect to say renters, hotel, which they're not paying taxes. Property owners are.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Anybody else like to come up and speak before we take this motion?
I still have
you are reserved to have the last talk because you made the motion. I missed that on July 27th. I certainly won't miss it on.
You're not going to miss it tonight.
No, today's my brother's birthday. He drug overdosed, so I will not forget that. I kind of equated those two together tonight to make sure I wouldn't forget. Sir, come on up.
Brian Brown, 111 Longfield Road in Rocky Top, Tennessee. As a taxpayer, I agree with the lady. I would much rather pay a wheel tax to where it's everybody in the county, or if you want to do a wheel tax, bring it down to a $10 tax, property tax increase instead of the 18.5 or whatever it is. But instead of making every homeowner have to suffer, spread it out to everybody in the county. I agree, and I think 95% of people in here would probably agree the same way, that if we, let everybody get a piece of the pie instead of just the homeowners having to feed everybody else, is the way I look at it. So I appreciate your time.
Hey, thank you for coming and thank you for speaking. I'm gonna come to you, Commissioner Scott. Yes, sir.
Daniel McInturf, 128 Comanche Way, Rocky Top, Tennessee. I agree with the gentleman here, Ms. Wandell as well. I would be, through the teaching in the county, we've talked many years about having a wheel tax. And I think a lot of people are in support of that, but that's not going to solve the problem right now. That's going to be in the years future, because that's going to have to be voted on by the people of Anderson County. And I would be out picketing for that if it ever came up. But right now, this year, we've got to solve our problems. And as the commission has said in the past, y'all have been working on this since January. It's almost August. We've had time, y'all have had time to go through the lines. And you came up with 18.25, down from, I believe, what Commissioner Anderson said was 66 cents. We're working, it seems like everybody in this county is working at the bare minimum. We've got to do it. Y'all have got to pass that 18.25. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you for coming. Anyone else? Commissioner Scott.
Jay, since it's been brought up, not only here tonight, but in previous meetings, as well as just out on the streets and radio and television, what would it take for a wheel tax to go through?
I had to check the law in a couple of years. The last time we looked at it, it can be enacted by the county legislative body or a referendum vote. But I'd have to check that just to make sure.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'm asking because we're talking about taxes.
It's okay. Look, I have zero problems with people asking questions and making comments. I know maybe everyone doesn't want to do that, but that's okay with me. That's what we're here for. That's why I waited to July 15th to have this meeting, so we can sit around this table. This meeting has always been scheduled for this date. Some commissioners couldn't make July 11th, so I decided to make it July 15th. And sorry if anyone in this room or outside this room felt that wasn't appropriate. I apologize straight up, but I did what I thought was best, and what I think is best isn't always best, and I'll recognize that. So now we are ready to take a vote. We're going to let Mr. Mead have, man, I feel good. I got a person on my right, person on my left, all saying, don't forget, don't forget. I was going to go to them, but I appreciate my colleagues keeping me in line. What that means is I'm coming to you, Commissioner Mead.
Well, I've stayed quiet for quite a while, but now I have this last say, okay? We've been working diligently on this budget for over 6 months. The commission's been involved, the committees have been involved, all the departments have been involved, finance has been involved, the schools have been involved, the sheriff has been involved. Everybody has had their input. We started out with numbers that were unreasonably high, and we worked our way back down. I want to point out that this budget was passed by the full budget committee, the full .1825, okay, was passed by the budget committee. It also, although it had a typographical error in it, it was passed by full commission, okay, both of these resolutions. I'll also point out that this budget, okay, is still based on hoping that will have a couple of $1 million in revenues that comes in that we don't actually are sure will appear. Okay, this thing is actually not funded major capital projects that we know are going to be necessary because we hope there will be money left over in the budget to do it anyhow. This increase is a 6% increase in the tax, okay? That's $3.75 per month on a $100,000 house. That's not, but I also want to point out that increase, we've had no tax increases for over 6 years. So this commission has held tax increases to less than 1% a year. I don't think that's an unreasonable number, okay? This budget the other thing is that individual line items in the appropriations that we haven't even passed yet can be addressed at any meeting in the future and can be amended. Okay, so whereas the tax levies are we pretty much set those, and those are set in stone because we sent them to the state. And at the end of the year, if we have more money than we need, we can lower those taxes as we did once in the past. But this is important. This is not a budget that pays everything. It doesn't cover everything. It is a good guess. But if we don't pass this and we lower this rate any substantial amount, it only means we made the decision that we're going to borrow a lot more money and the taxpayers are going to pay interest on that money instead of us having an income flow. This is like you deciding to put a down payment on your house with your credit card. Okay, if we don't pass this budget. So I'm just asking you all to think about it. It's $3.75 a month on a $100,000 house. It'll end up being less than 1% a year over the last 6 years. It still isn't enough, but it'll keep us from getting in big trouble and having to borrow a lot more money. I urge you to think about those issues and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Commissioner Meade, I was just curious, I mean, the $3 and how many cents?
$3.75 per month per 100,000 assessed value.
What is the total amount? You know, I always get intrigued when everyone wants to talk about it's $3, $4. It's
You mean like
it's
per
$40. Yeah, no, I'd like to know the total amount. I mean, it seems like people forget the
A penny
total.
is about $160,000.
How much is the 18.25 cent tax increase in total revenue? Have you thought about that
It's
number?
times about 140,000.
You don't even know, but it's $3 a day, but you don't know what the total amount is. It's going to be about $3 million. That's the number we need to share with people.
That's right. And
Okay.
and this budget already has an over $2 million
Okay,
shortfall.
let's go take a vote.
capital
I see
gains.
nothing else. So the motion on the floor is to vote on a new tax levy resolution at the 18.25 cents. That is the motion we will be voting on. Yes is for a new one at that rate. No is to not accept it at that rate. Does everybody understand? No questions? After this vote, we will take a break.
What is the motion again?
Commissioner, I'm gonna let Commissioner Meade say the motion again because I don't want to say anything.
Okay, we're
incorrectly.
passing what amounts to an amended tax levy resolution that reintroduces the typographical error and corrects the math.
It can't be amended. We don't have one now.
No, but we have one that's already written, okay? And we're giving it a new number, so it therefore becomes a new resolution.
Okay, so it's a new resolution.
It's a new
Amended would mean
resolution.
there was one existing that we're amending. So is my motion that I wrote down the first time you said it was a new resolution.
It is a new resolution, it's
Okay.
assigned a new number.
Okay, new resolution with the addition of the .1054 in the debt service fund, which was zero prior in the one that doesn't exist no more.
It was inadvertently left out, that's correct.
Right. So is that correct? It's a new resolution.
It's a new resolution.
Okay, and that's what we're voting on.
But the resolution is identical to the old one with the exception of those corrections.
But it is a new one, okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir, at 18.25 cent tax increase. That is the motion we have on the floor. Let's go vote. Yes is to say you want 18.25. No is to say you do not. Motion fails. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's return here at 9:15. Yes, sir.
That means it fails.
We're consistent. Hey,
We are ASAP of Anderson. We are celebrating 10 years of prevention, powered by more than 11,000 hours given by volunteers like you. Together, we've reduced underage substance misuse in our county by 53.5%. Our brand has changed, but our mission remains the same. Prevention works.
back to order here. We have made a lot of progress tonight. We are still on item number 5B. Kind of wait a little bit, get some of our other commissioners up here. Make sure our board's up to speed. Yep. Can we move on to a different item and come back?
I'd go straight down the line.
Just go ahead and don't bring this up. Just go 6, 7, 8, 9. Just skip it because we didn't take any action.
No, I'd just go down the line.
Just forget about the budget. Let it come up later. Because we don't have any action.
No, we don't have, but we do have. This girl is waiting to go home.
Mm-hmm.
She has a report, apparently. Yeah, she has a report, yeah.
Okay, we've called it back to order. I think we, if it's all right with commission, we're going to move on to the next item. We'll come back to 5 if need be, but we got a lot of folks here tonight that are department heads that have been waiting patiently, and they have families and they need to get home, and we can certainly come back to that issue if the body decides. Is that okay with the body?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that consideration. All right, so next item is committee report, purchasing report by Catherine Ashmary, Deputy Purchasing Director. You didn't think it would be that quick, did you?
Thank y'all so
We
much.
do care, see?
My child's with Lydia Beckwith right now, so gotta go make sure there's no too much craziness going on. All right, so
Is that your
under purchasing, the first contract that was voted on was the contract under Section A approved by the law director, and that was the contract number 7 with Browder Properties. And they approved it with a contingent upon a modification to the contract to include a termination clause. Jay and John Vickery have both contacted Browder, and they, as far as I know, is Jay? Yes. They are currently not in agreement with the termination clause. So John, it needs to be worked out a little bit more before we bring it back to purchasing committee next month. So the other contracts were approved as a group, so I don't know if y'all want to vote on them as a group as well. Contracts number 1 through 6 under Section A.
It's a pleasure of the body. We have a motion, Commissioner Isabel.
To approve as a group.
To approve as a group. We have a second, Commissioner Hager. Any discussion on approving as a group?
Yeah, if we itemize what items we're approving, in other words, state what those items are one by one before we vote, so the people at home will know what the group is consisting of.
I got you, Catherine. Take a break. Etheridge Grant, Office of Aging, contract number 19-0182, 1-year grant funding for the senior center. Item number 2, Ray Varner Ford Fleet Services contract 0164, 1-year contract with 4 1-year renewal options for OEM auto parts. Number 3, West Chevrolet Fleet Services contract 19-0165, 1-year contract with 4-year renewal options for OEM auto parts. Number 4, Fisher Auto Parts Fleet Services contract 19-0168, 1-year contract with 4-year, 1-year renewal options for aftermarket auto parts. Number 5, Napa Auto Parts Fleet Services contract number 19-0171, 1-year contract, 4-year with 4 1-year renewal options for after auto market parts. And then finally, number 6, State of Tennessee Department of Military Tennessee Emergency Management Agency Grant, EMA contract number 19-0177, 1-year grant funding for off-site emergency planning and response. Does that cover them, Catherine?
Yes.
Any questions on those, commissioners? Let's go to the board. We're on page 24 on our iPad if you're looking for them. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item, Section B, Contracts Pending Law Director Approval, is a copier for school nutrition, submitting for your approval.
Have a motion Commissioner Yeager to approve, sir?
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Meade. Any discussion? We can do a voice vote on this one since it's not multiple. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and then the next action item, we're going to skip down to Section D, New Business, is a lease agreement for the rental of land and a facility for the Marlow Volunteer Fire Department. That's item number 2 under Section D.
Is this new motions or is these old ones?
These are old.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Scott, seconded by Commissioner McCamey. Any questions, Commissioner Creasy?
I'm very interested in item number 1 under new business.
Oh, yes, sir. This was a draft lease agreement for the rental of some
Oh,
space.
Right now, we're taking a.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay, and we'll come back to his question, but the motion is, if I'm understanding correctly, for the lease agreement for the Marlow Volunteer Fire Department, is that right? And is it okay, Commissioner, if we
Yeah,
come back to that one?
right.
We did skip over it, so thank you
Yeah.
for catching it. We'll come back to that next. Any questions on this motion in front of us?
I'm sorry, but is everybody okay? We didn't have any guidance on this as far, we put in a 40-year term for little or no consideration. Is everybody okay with that?
Well, this is for the Marlow Volunteer Fire Department.
That's correct.
What was it before?
It was same type thing.
I don't have any issues. I mean,
It's $1 per year for
Yes,
40
sir.
years, a total of $40 for
That's correct.
40-year lease.
That's correct.
any commissioners in the Marlow area have any issues?
There is a termination clause, too.
Commissioner Meade, did you have a question, sir?
Yeah, I do have a question. That's actually on school board property,
is.
right?
It
And they
is.
approved that?
They're fixing to.
Okay, so we're allowing them to stay under the same conditions they've been there for years.
That's correct.
And those guys supporting the fire department
correct.
needs for that part of the county.
That's correct.
Good thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Good question. Any other questions? Do you need to go to the board, or is the voice vote okay with you?
Voice is fine.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll go back to number 1 there, if that's all right. Go ahead.
Yes, so this was a draft lease that Jay presented for rental of some space in the Dark Building by the Trinity Outreach Center of Hope. And Jay, I think, was just presenting it for informational purposes because he wanted to make some edits before presenting it for approval.
So you say here, obviously, no action at this time, but
We'll
did you
bring
have?
that back up at operations next month. Or no, I'm sorry, purchasing
Purchasing.
next month.
I'd say Commissioner Creasy probably like would just see the copy of the contract or something, or?
Yeah, and I want to see us move on this pretty fast. It's my understanding that they have no place to meet now. They're being evicted from where they're located.
But not our location. They're looking for a new location?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Which would be our location.
Yes, sir. That's
I agree with you,
correct.
Commissioner.
And their lease is but much more than $1 a year. Yeah, their lease payment.
Oh, yes. You're talking about Torch now?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sir. $600 a month is what we've
Yes,
got in the draft.
which is more than reasonable, I think, for what they're asking for. And compared to other nonprofits that we're leasing
They were
to.
asking for 3 those large classrooms with the back entrances. I felt like that's just too much. Those are the space that we're looking for at some point with the clerk and master and Ms. Harris. There are HVAC units in those large classrooms with a rear door on them. I prefer not to give them all up. That's prime storage for the county. So I've talked to the gentleman, Andy, that came to operations. He's willing to go down to 2. That's what he's eyeing. He's looking at 2 of those large classrooms where the Montessori school used to be at for $600 a month. I just want everybody to be aware of that.
Is Torch agreeable to 2? Have they contacted any of us?
Yes, they are.
They are?
They prefer 3, but 2's
They
probably
want
gonna-
3, but they're agreeing to 2?
Yes, sir.
And you're okay with 2?
I'll bring it to this body and see what this body wants to, or purchasing first, see what they want to do. We've got some other issues I want to talk to you about, and Roger in the Buildings and Grounds wants to talk to you about also, but I want you to make an informed decision. I know everybody's got a big heart up here and wants to help Torch out, but there's some variables here that I at least want you to know.
So will this go back to purchasing,
They'll
I
go
guess?
back to purchasing. She's talking about a draft.
Did you get all your questions answered?
Yes.
Jerry, if you need a
Good
copy,
question.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, I definitely, yeah,
Let me send
definitely
you a
do, and I'm wanting to see it go through very much.
Thank you.
It's a good organization, and I support it.
And I think a copy was included
In our
the-
package? Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Commissioner Creasy. Commissioner Isbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my statement alludes to, I think, what the law director was just talking about. Could you tell us who Torch is and what their organization is?
Well, it's Trinity. It's a religious organization, I believe, that helps the homeless people in the Oak Ridge neighborhood. That's what I know. Phil, you want to help us a little bit?
It's for all of Anderson County. It's no longer really affiliated with the church, but it was an outgrowth from the church. They have, they try to find temporary housing for homeless individuals. Been around a long time. Sheila Michael was founder. It's a great program. They were in it used to be Trinity, I believe, Methodist Church, and a new church bought that building and needed the space, and so they've lost their space there.
And what my comments are, my concerns are, is that there are going to be children there in that same building during the same time. Are they going to move out at some time, Emory Valley?
They had a 100-day construction agreement with their company that they chose. They're probably 30 days into it, maybe.
Yeah, they're behind. They announced to Roger they're at least 4 months behind.
I've had other people have concerns about Torch's clients. They're homeless. They're not criminals.
Right.
And that, I think some people equate the two sometimes. They don't stay there. They're just clients there. They come for an appointment and they're gone. Emory Valley has locked classroom doors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the same concerns that others do, and that's really my position on
Well, I have to
on this.
agree with you, Commissioner. I just wanted to get that because
Yeah.
I know there's been some people,
Yeah.
ask about that.
Yeah, my reply would have been, they won't be living there.
Right.
Yeah.
Good questions. Again, there's just no action here, but good discussion. Commissioner Meade?
Yeah, my concern is that $600 a month for those 3 fairly large rooms with extra access is less than what it costs us just to maintain those rooms with heating and air conditioning and other services. So it would actually be a loss of money on the part of, now, there's different, I mean, they're a nonprofit, they're not actually a county entity, okay? The volunteer fire department, I feel very much is a county entity, and they're volunteers to the county, and they need the support. This is not quite the same category. So I think in this issue about mixing their clients with the children over there, I think that could all be taken care of. But I'm just concerned about getting $600 for that kind of space that we supply the maintenance for the building and the air conditioning and heating and all that stuff. I mean, we got some records that need to be stored that some of those rooms go into, and we've talked about that in meetings. So I think we don't want to barge ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meade. Commissioner Yeager?
I don't know what the fixed costs are for those rooms, but at the moment we're getting 0 for those rooms. So 2 employees would not substantially add to our costs of those 2 rooms. we can put in a clause in their ending contract with a certain number of days in advance, but just leaving them empty, we're heating and cooling them now with zero return.
Thank you, Commissioner Yeager. Keep in mind, Commission, this, no action on this. It's going to go back to budget, but good discussion. Commissioner Crazy.
Yeah, and
Purchasing.
to answer, to reply to Commissioner Mead's comment, I don't know exactly how many nonprofits we have that's paying more than 600, but I have a feeling that most of them are paying less than 600, much less than 600 a month. I think 600 a month is more than what we were expecting from a nonprofit for those rooms, and I think it's very adequate to, and the mayor has been saying all along, we need to make this equitable to all people for leasing those spaces. And I think that is, we're reaching that goal if we approve this lease. And I think that's what we should be trying to do, is make it as equitable as we can for all tenants. And I think we're going in that direction. And thanks to the mayor for giving us that guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Creasy. Commissioner Fritz.
I just want to follow up on one thing. We've been fighting now since January, and then we still can't get a budget passed right now. Even though we want to make sure things are equitable for folks and everything like that, we don't want to put any burdens on the taxpayer and giving people cheaper rent and everything like that and stuff. So whatever the fair market value is for that, we need to make sure they're paying whatever it costs for the air conditioning and the heat and any improvements that we have to do to that thing and stuff of that nature. And let's make sure that any cost for the cleaning, toilet paper, for the restrooms and stuff that might be going on with them, that they take the full burden of that space that they use, and that we, because here we are, can't even pass a budget because we can't agree on that, because we're looking at pennies and dimes. Let's not start giving money away when we're trying to do what we're doing here. So make sure that it's a break-even situation.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz. Good comments. Okay, next.
Well, that was all that was on the original agenda. I had emailed Annette a agreement for BOE this morning, but it wasn't approved to add to the agenda when y'all approved the agenda the earlier part of this meeting. So I don't know if you all got it. It is an agreement that provides BOE with materials and supplies from the U.S. Baseball Federation at no cost, but it does extend past this fiscal year, so it would need your approval. I don't know if y'all saw copies. I have copies if you'd like to.
Yeah, I did. Yes, please pass them out, Dr. I mean, if there's no cost, what do you need? Just our
there's concern if it waited till August, then it wouldn't be available anymore.
Yeah, and what this is the Baseball of America. They send us all these bats and balls and all this stuff free in a curriculum so you can use in our PE program. And we just have to have a contract that says if we get it, we'll use it for that, and we'll hand the material out.
and no cost.
No cost. No.
What's the pleasure of the commission? Commissioner Yeager. Motion to add to the agenda to discuss. Is that your second, Commissioner Meredith? Any discussion on that motion to add this to the agenda? Coming around your way, USA Baseball request from the Board of Education, no cost to the county, just have to get it in time so that the school system can receive the equipment. Any discussion on the motion in the second? I know you don't have it in front of you, Commissioners, but if you'd like for me to wait, I will. Are you? Okay. No discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Thank you, Dr. Parrott. Thank you, Captain. Oh yeah. We just added. Okay. Well, we'll do it again. You got a motion? You got a second? Now this is on approving it. We added it to the agenda. Now we're going to approve it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you.
That's all I had, unless you all had any questions, purchasing questions.
Well, if Conley Sharp's Hardware was still open, I would ask you to go down there and get us all a bologna cheese sandwich. And I'd want hot sauce on mine.
Well, thank you all
If
very
you
much.
ever had one, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
Thank you,
I'll have to
Catherine. Have a
try
good
it.
evening.
Thank you. Good luck and Godspeed. And we got about 500 POs waiting for us to process when y'all do get your budget passed. So we're ready.
Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next is the budget report by Mr. Robbie Holbrook.
Well, actually, we didn't have a budget meeting, so I have 5 amendments that we need to approve, I guess, individually. The first one is from animal control. It's increasing 101, 55, 1200, 399 animal, and decreasing their restricted fund $5,000. It's to pay for monthly vet bills to get the new year started.
Commissioner Fritz.
Just so you'll know, since this hasn't been to a budget committee, it'll require 2/3 vote from the commission.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Quick question. We've got a motion by Commissioner Smallridge to approve, seconded by Commissioner Jameson to approve. Question is, how's this impact us since we don't have a budget in play?
Well, since it's from the restricted funds, it's money that's set aside for this specific cause, so.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Not, let's go to the board and vote. And to Commissioner Fritz's point, it would be 2/3. Motion passes unanimously.
I will say all these budget amendments tonight are either restricted funds or unassigned fund balance.
Okay, so we're covered. Okay. Thank you, Robbie.
The second one is also from animal control. It's $18,000 increasing other contracted services, and they're decreasing their committed for animal control. It's to utilize donated funds for design services for a new animal shelter.
Motion by Commissioner Meredith, seconded by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. Hang on, I have to reboot. Here we go. Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. The third budget amendment I have is an appropriation from unassigned fund balance for $5,000 to the purchasing other contracted services. It's to pay Mr. Stevenson's for the work he's doing on the building in Main Street, 205 South Main, the auctioneer. That was approved by commission earlier, actually. We just had to wait till the new year.
Motion by Commissioner Jameson, seconded by Commissioner Scott. Any discussion? Let's go to the board and vote. One no, 15 yes.
Okay. And the fourth budget amendment is also an appropriation from unassigned for $17,649 to IT's Communication 307 BCTI. Actually, Brian might need to explain this one because I'm not 100% sure what we're doing.
Does this have anything to do with a security breach?
No, this is for the phone system for our telco provider, not AT&T or Comcast. This is our provider that is the vendor assigned to take care of that you all put in place in 2014. This continues with them for 100 more units of time. This will keep us for probably 3 to 4 months at the current status. But I have already discussed with sending Isbell some information. I want to come to operations because I think we need to look at some of these numbers to have a better path going forward. But as it stands right now, this will provide us with 100 units of time for that provider, as of which we have now currently used 22 of that 100. So we're actually in the negative with them.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? Go to the board and vote. Thank you, Brian. Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. And the last budget amendment I have is from solid waste. It's from the solid waste restricted for public health and welfare, $23,950 into the, actually, wait just a second here. I know, that's not, Mr. Tabaka sent me this and it's not correct, so I'm not sure what he's trying to do. The mayor,
Yeah,
I'll hand
he
it
is
to you.
trying to put this, I guess, in his contracted funds as part of the Glen Alpine project, so I don't know what,
399.
is that what that would be, 399 code?
Mhm.
Okay, so we would need a correction on that.
If y'all allow me to make that correction, it's 116, I think, 5573.
I think so.
399 GLALP. It's for Glen Alpine.
Okay. Yes. Everyone okay to let him make that correction? Yes. Do we have a motion? Brian's going to get to it. He's texting another guy.
I'll make a verbal motion to approve.
Have a, okay. Go ahead, hit your button. Got a motion by Commissioner Yeager, seconded by Commissioner Smallridge. Any discussion on the motion? Let's go to the board and vote. Commissioner White? Oh. Thank you, sir. Yes, I'll take some, sir. Motion passes 16 no. Thank you, Robbie.
Okay, that's all I have.
Hey, you did a pretty good job. You sure you don't qualify?
I'm positive. I would like to make one comment about
sir. Go
the two budget books.
Please. Thank you, Jerry.
There really is only one budget book down in the commission room and one in our office. It's the original budget that was submitted by each department, and it's broken down by departments. What happened was, about 3/4 of the way through the budget, all the budget meetings, we decided the budget committee referred to last year's budget. So that kind of made that book
I understand.
a little bit obsolete. So what I passed out this week is only what the budget committee has approved.
Okay.
So it's not really a new budget book, it's just what has been approved so far.
And that,
Right. It
And
does
Rob-
have some different numbers because we went back to last year's numbers.
and Robbie, and just correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how to ask this, but that budget book is based on an 18.25.
The one I handed out this week, yes, sir.
Correct.
That is
So
correct.
those numbers were based on the 18.25 tax going in. And that's the reason there was a difference in whatever revenue and things.
That's correct.
Okay. And I appreciate you explaining it. Commissioner Anderson, sorry.
Robbie, I was checking online, and the 205 Main auction is August 8th, right? It was originally maybe advertised as July the 18th, and they extended it to August 8th, so, okay, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks.
Good question. Commissioner Islam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take your place. I'm talking about the budget.
Oh, I was going to switch out with you?
No, not at all. You're doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
On the new budget book, in our revenue, the first sheet, it's got payments in lieu of tax. I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 8. Would you mind to explain what the payments are in lieu of tax, how that works?
It's my understanding that these, like DOE, we don't charge them, they don't pay a tax rate, they pay a payment in lieu of taxes. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's the way I understand it. I'm sure the mayor could explain a lot, better, because some of these have been going on for a very long time.
And isn't it true the mayor negotiated all these low rates?
I believe that is true.
Hey, Robert, you catching on?
And, Mr. Chairman,
That's not funny. The DOE one is under their authorization from, I think it goes back to the Atomic Energy Act. And we do send them a request for payment that is based on the number of acres that are listed as DOE, and then we do that. I know there is some argument, but they are taxed at the 25% rate. I don't know what else is on there, but there's TVA payment in lieu of. That is also set at the federal level. That allocation will change from year to year depending on their profit. And then we also receive extra funds because we have TVA facilities in our community. So we've got Norris Dam and Bull Run, so we do get extra funding. And then I don't know what the other ones are on that list.
You want to read the amounts? I've got them earmarked right there. It'd be interesting for the people at home to know.
Commissioner Chris, did you have something you wanted to say, sir, while she's looking?
I was just going to remind the mayor that utility companies also pay
Yes.
It's on there.
in lieu of tax.
Yes.
Yes. See how smooth Robbie is shifting this over to me to answer these questions? Maybe you should be the finance director.
I agree, Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Creasy is correct. The utilities do based on their infrastructure, they give us a payment in lieu of instead of a tax bill. Then you have ISHN. Those are agreements that are made via the IDB, Industrial Development Board. And so they
And that's
are.
$1 million.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I think that's the only ones that I see on this list, the TVA, the utilities. So that would be CUB, KUB. And as Greg Fay reminded me when we did a report one year, we listed the top 10 taxpayers. And SL actually ranks at the top, even, or DOE is at the top if you include the Jack Case building that is actually taxed, and then plus the DOE payment in lieu of. And when we released that top 10 list, we did not put CUB in there, and Greg Fay quickly reminded me that they do make a payment. So that's all I see on that list that I know. I'm not familiar with, well, it's zeroed out. This Aspen Homes is zeroed out, so I don't even know what that was.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. I think the TVA tax, the one that's showing there,
Right.
that's, I believe, for the properties that TVA acquired in our district when they were going to extend the ash storage area, and they bought out the homes, and then they came back and agreed to pay the property
And that's
tax.
$28,000.
Yeah, yes. So I'm assuming that the other payment in lieu for the plant is folded into the, in lieu of other taxes. It seems like it would have its own line item, but maybe
And that's-
it's the 400, seems like it's 450, and, that goes to the schools, I believe. Is that right, Dr. Parrott? Jim, some of it?
DOE,
No, TVA.
TVA,
Yeah. It's some kind, I don't remember the number.
yeah, we do get a large portion of that.
Yes, sir, okay.
And that's the 885?
It's part of the, I'm going to assume, because I don't know, the 954, the 40163 code,
Yeah.
but I don't know that. Good questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, moving on. Director of Schools, Dr. Parrott, sirs.
The weekend of July, and I don't have, it's the last weekend of the month, the tax-free weekend. 26th and 27th, we will have a bus at Walmart on I-75, and we'll be trying to stuff the bus for the teacher depot. So we will be there. I'm not sure if they're spending the night, but if they do, I'll probably be spending the night there. But I don't know how big a bus we're going to get, but we're going to get a bus. So we've been working with them. So come on out and buy some school supplies and stuff the bus. Okay?
Commissioner Scott's on it.
Yes, yes. Yep, he needs to come on.
Commissioner Scott.
I wanted to say thank you very much to the Anderson County Chamber of Commerce as well as the school system. The Anderson Chamber of Commerce, in their recent insert to the Clinton Courier, had put in a reminder to please support the Teacher Supply Depot, and gave a list of items that the teachers are in need of simple items, whether it's glue in the bottles, glue sticks, staples, Sharpies, etc. And they have 2 days coming up in August for the teachers to do their free shopping at
Yes,
the school system.
Yeah, it'll be the Friday, we start school on a Friday and that Saturday, and then it'll be that next
Tuesday
Tuesday.
afternoon. So it's Saturday, August 3rd, as well as Tuesday afternoon on August 13th.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, they have a drop-off box, and I think there's one in ours. We've got a group over, we've got one of our pro temp groups, they're doing that, working a kind of a contest to see how many of our employers can do that. So any help we get, we greatly appreciate it. All of it goes to our teachers.
And thank you very much. That's keeping more money in the pockets of the teachers.
Yes, and so that's the last weekend of
Last
July.
weekend, tax-free weekend, so you don't have to pay tax.
At the Walmart.
At the Walmart at
Stuff the bus.
I-75, stuff the bus. Yep.
Thank you. Dr. Parrott, I just want to say, irrespective of where we fall in the budget process, that I do appreciate the school system. And even with the teachers not making what they should, they do a damn good job. And I'm proud of our school system. We are way beyond where we've ever been, in my opinion. And I know you got more to add to that. And that's the entire school system.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you again. We'll get there somehow, some way.
Yes.
And I'm confident this body here, if we make more money, I don't think anyone has any problem giving it up to the school system based on what your performance has been. So
Thank you.
I appreciate
I think, we've been starting to get some of our scores in. They're all embargoed. But all I can say is I think you're going to be very happy with where we've gone. We've still got some work to do, but we want to be the best school in the state, and that's where we're heading. And we do have a great school system. Another thing is, trying to look at outside grants and things like that. We're always looking at those, and I think we get, as you know, Hoppy Merriman started our new, as we call it, Gear Up 2.0, and I wished we could clone her. She does such a great job. She's took kids everywhere this summer. We had all 9 of our elementary schools had summer camps this year. We hope that our governor will fund them again next year. We got to spend about $275,000. Every kid got a whole stack of books. Some of them had never been out on a field trip out of Knoxville. They got to go on some great field trips, just to the Children's Museum and things like that. So I want to thank you for that.
And one last comment. There's a coach that was hired, and I'm not going to get into the names or anything. What really intrigued me is listen to this coach introduce himself and his family, move it into Anderson County, and something the coach said to all the parents and the players was, if it means losing a game to teach one of his players a life lesson, he'll lose it every time. And I just want to commend you and the staff, because you always hear the war stories about coaches at times, not all the time. So that intrigued me, and I take those kind of coaches every day, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else for Dr. Parrott? Let them know how much money we're going to give them when you see them in the hall, and we'll figure it out later.
Please too, I would say pray for me. My wife got her keys locked up in the house, so she's not at the house. I have the keys to the house in my pocket. So I'm probably in trouble right now, but I've tried to tell her to come get it. But the faster you get this meeting over with, the better off I am.
You have permission to leave now. I mean, we'll...
Oh, no. I've been, things happen when I leave, so I'll just be...
Stop at McDonald's, get a milkshake or something, man. No, we'll see what we can do. Thank you, Dr. Parrott. Mayor, I know you say no report, but you say questions from commission. Doctor, you don't have anything, Mayor? Any questions for the mayor? Well, that's good. Law Director, sir.
No, sir, I have no action items unless anyone has questions.
Any questions for Jay? All right.
Can I make one comment?
Yes, sir. Jay, please.
I've said this for a couple months here. I just want to, I don't know if anybody's caught this, but we're at a record low in lawsuits, and I don't want to jinx ourselves, but we're doing really well, and it's I'll tell you right now, it's because of our employees. It's because of the highly trained employees and dedicated employees we have on the front line. I couldn't ask for a better EMS unit, the sheriff's office, they're all highly trained. The heavy equipment operators out of the highway department, we're doing great on our inspections from TOSHA. But it's truly a team effort, and I can remember it wasn't that long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and I remember y'all, we had lawsuits every month, new lawsuits we're bringing in here, especially when we're with the jail overcrowding situation. But I just think we ought to thank our employees there on the front lines for doing such a fantastic job in these high liability areas, and they've reduced the lawsuits dramatically, and the training they're getting now is just incredible. If you ever have a chance, take a look at what EMS does for each one of their individuals. Take a look at the sheriff's office. Their training is incredible, not only at the patrol level, but also at the corrections level. Thanks, Lieutenant Val. Do an excellent job there. But anyway, just hats off to our employees for doing a fantastic job and keeping us out of these high-risk situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate those comments. Any other questions for Jay? Okay, let's move on here. Anderson County Trustee, Ms. Copeland, are you still with us?
I am.
Thank you for your patience.
I was hanging out for breakfast.
Regina was back there taking orders for breakfast.
I'm sending out. Thank you all for your time, and I want to say tonight that I'm more glad tonight than I ever have been that I never ran for county commission.
Thank you, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I don't envy any of you. You have 2 letters before you. This is a procedural thing that is done every year according to statute. The first one is being relieved of the liability for the collection of the delinquent taxes that we've already turned over to the clerk and master and to the delinquent tax attorney for 2017.
Motion by Commissioner Meredith to approve, sir. Seconded by Commissioner McCamey. The total amount seems to be $655,168.80 for 2017.
It is.
Thank you, Regina. Any other discussion, questions for Regina before we take a vote? Let's go to the board on this one.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yeah, and Regina, after you release this to the clerk and master for that collection, they'll try to collect it, if I understand it correct, and if they can't collect it, they will hold a public auction to try to recover those taxes by selling property that's the taxes haven't been paid on.
That's correct. The delinquent tax attorney files suit, and then they send out summons and everything, and they do work.
Is he working on that?
He is, and has done very well.
Thank you
So,
very much.
I've got some numbers if you have any questions about that.
We need the money.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
But most of all, we do need the money, but one of my things is we need to work very hard, my office, in collecting as much as we can, because the last thing I want to do is have to sell property. It doesn't benefit us as a county, and it doesn't benefit our residents.
But the sale usually brings in much more than selling the property. It brings those people to pay off their taxes.
It does.
Yeah.
It
Thank
does.
Good questions, Chrissy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other questions? We go ahead and vote. Mead and Creasy. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the second letter that you have before you is the total tax that, it's actually the assessments. When the tax roll is downloaded in my office on October 1st, if there's any assessment changes through the property assessor's office, he has to hand those over to us. And that is what all of this list that's following that letter is all of those assessment changes, whether they've been pickups, whether they have been a decrease in assessment. Sometimes there's ones that where property is combined and a parcel may fall off. And if you notice, there was a lot of them that had, where it was closed, businesses that had a zero balance. That was due to a lot of our calling this year and about some delinquent personal taxes that were due, and we found that a lot of businesses had been closed. So the zero that you see after that is where that they actually came in and closed those accounts to get them off of our billing, because it just costs us if it stays on there.
So Regina, the negative red numbers, is that, what's that represent?
That is where that it has either been keyed incorrectly or something, and that's a decrease in the tax roll. The ones in the black are an increase.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Any other questions? Let's go to the board and vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for Regina while she's here?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Scott.
Regina, when someone gets a freeze on their taxes, does it ever come off?
They have to come back and reapply every year. That is.
It's every year?
Yes, they have to reapply every year. They have to show the same documentation. We send it to the state to make sure they qualify.
Okay.
So if they don't come back and reapply, then it will come, that freeze will come off.
Okay, very good, thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
Commissioner Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, the money for the freezes and the tax relief program, that's reimbursed from the state, isn't it? It doesn't actually cost us money, right?
Sorry, the tax relief is just where we get that money from the state. It doesn't cost us anything. The tax freeze, yes.
Okay.
If the taxes go up, say someone froze their property taxes 8 years ago and they came in every year and qualified, they're still frozen as to what they were 8 years ago. So it is going to make a little bit of a difference there, but the tax relief does not cost us anything. The state reimburses us for that money.
And if anybody's listening and interested in either of those programs, they can contact which office? Yours?
Yes, the trustee's office, and we can give them the qualifications. They can come by, we can give them a list. That actually won't start this year. The signing up for this year will start in October.
Thank you.
Oak Ridge City is actually going on right now. We are taking care of that at our Oak Ridge trustee's office. The city contracts us to do that. So that actually is going on in Oak Ridge now.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Commissioner Anderson, you still have a question?
Oh, no,
Commissioner McCamey.
The tax freeze,
Yes.
if somebody came in tomorrow, could they freeze their taxes at the present rate?
No. That freeze does not, we don't start taking those applications for this year until October. And that's the dates that the state sets. But it doesn't, any changes made this year, if it's not frozen, if we go up, if their taxes will go
I was asked that
up.
question, Mr. Chairman, today. Can I go freeze my taxes before you all vote?
Believe you me,
No.
our phones has rang off the hook.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Good question, good comments. Commissioner Smallridge.
Regina, I was just wondering, what are the qualifications for freezing your taxes?
It is income-based, and it's 40, the new numbers this year, and I didn't bring them with me, is, I want to say 42,000, has to be that or under, and that does, that's household, or all the owners. Like if it's a spouse, it is both. Or if someone has their children on their deed, it does affect that as well. The state takes all of that into consideration.
So once my tax...
Pardon me?
Go ahead.
Yes, it is age and income based.
Once my taxes are frozen, then every year I just come in, and if I come in every year, that will continue
Yes.
forever?
Yes, as long as you qualify.
Right. Thank you.
Good questions. Anything else? Thank you, Regina. Have a good evening.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's see. Road Superintendent Gary Long, I don't think he's here, but basically, his office set the speed limit at 15 miles per hour on Wiley Cemetery Lane. Commissioner Fritz? Yes, sir.
I don't know where this came from, but this is a recommendation from the sheriff's office. But there's a policy from the highway committee for years and years and years and years. We never set the speed limit no lower than 20 miles per hour. If a request comes in at 15, we move it up to 20, and it's always been our policy. Automatic.
There was a request from the sheriff's office. It's in.
Yeah. So any request that comes that are lower than 20, the highway committee has always moved it to 20.
Do we need to take
So
that?
this case, I make a motion then that we set the speed limit at 20 miles per hour for Wiley Cemetery Lane, and that's a motion.
Are you okay with that, Meade?
Yes.
And Meredith, you're fine with that? So a motion by Commissioner Fritz to set it 20 miles per hour for Wiley Cemetery Lane.
That's
And
correct.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Commissioner Jamerson. Discussion, Commissioner Val.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I understand what Commissioner Fritz is saying, and I'm a strong believer in if you set a policy, you need to abide by it. But according to the letter that Lieutenant Kenny Sharp wrote to Gary Long, it says, after receiving calls from the residents in the community for the speed limit to be checked and possibly changed, the Sheriff's Department has patrolled the below-listed road and recommends that the speed limit be set as follows, and they requested 15 miles per hour. Do these requests, like you said, usually go through the road committee? So has the road committee addressed this one yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay, well, instead of,
But all these letters like that come to us from Kenny Sharp, and we always move it up to 20.
okay, I don't know why maybe this one didn't go through the road committee, but what I would like to do is maybe amend the motion to send it to the next road committee meeting, if that would be appropriate.
I'll second that.
Well, if we're going to vote it, if we want to vote it down, then I'm thinking, this road I'm familiar with, you go across the railroad tracks at Bobby Dean's old bus station, and then you go straight up the hill.
Right.
I'm thinking that's a hill coming down. I don't know if 20 miles an hour, I understand why they want it at 15. I'm surprised they don't want it lower than that if that's something we can do. This is a dangerous road. So I'm not sure that 20 is going to suffice it unless the road committee wants to bring it up at a later date and then readjust, which I'd be okay with that. But I can see the need for this being at 15 miles an hour.
Well, you want to defer it to the highway, I mean, he'll come back to that 20, so go ahead and defer it, but I'll assure you that the highway will send it back to you at 20.
I could at least appear at the next highway committee meeting and voice my discontent with that policy anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You sure you're okay with that? I mean,
I don't know how I'll vote on this motion, but.
Yes, sir. All right, so we just have a motion on the floor to pass as amended at the 20 right now, and it goes back to the highway department. Is that my understanding?
And you withdraw your motion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. All right, any other questions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Ooh. Well, I think it's only about 3 or 4, but y'all, let's go to the board. That way you can document. Yes, Fritz made the motion for 20. Yes, it'll go back to the highway committee, that's right.
Wait, I thought the motion was to approve the 20 mile per hour.
I don't know. I thought it was motion to approve, Commissioner Fritz. Was it going to go back to the highway committee? No. So you're just making a motion?
That's what the highway committee's going to do.
All right.
The highway committee for 17 years.
Okay. Could you clear the board again? I had that incorrect. because I said that wrong, I apologize. So the motion is, your motion to approve it at 20 miles an hour on Wiley Cemetery Lane. All right, so that's the motion that's on the floor for us to take action on. Now, commissioners, you indicated that I might have missed another motion. Which one did I miss? Was it an amendment?
I withdrew the amendment.
Okay. All right, so we're going to make this vote on what Commissioner Fritz, is that good? Okay.
And let me add,
Yes, sir, go ahead.
was somebody else speaking?
No, you're good.
Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Val. I'm familiar with Wiley Cemetery Road, and I think the road committee ought to go up there and look at it before they set that.
Everybody understand what we're voting on? It's whether you want it to be 20 miles an hour on Wiley Cemetery Lane, yes or no? Yes is for it. Did you have a question, Commissioners?
And I'm going to support Commissioner, my Commissioner in District 4.
Yeah.
Val, because I know what he's talking about.
Right.
I am on the road committee, and I know it is a policy, but I think, this is an exception, so I think it needs to be 15.
And I'm familiar with it too, Isabel.
Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner?
Speed limit on it now? I don't know. Okay, so if we set it at 20, you're gonna go back before the road committee with it anyway, you said. Talk to them about the policy and try to get it lowered, but I feel like we ought to go ahead and pass the 20 because as far as I know, there's no speed limit now. And 20 would be better than 55 because it's automatically 55, it's not posted.
No, I think it's hot, there it's 25 on the residential. Yeah.
There's no way to do 55. Well, I know, hey, what I'm saying, we really don't have a speed limit on it, if nothing marked, so I'm gonna support yes, but I agree, take it back, if I was support 15, if the road committee.
Okay. Motion fails, 8-8. Boy, 8-8's been a popular number tonight.
So I make a motion to put it at 19.
I think I'd have a better shot just referring it to the highway committee and let them decide. Is there a motion for that? We have a motion from Commissioner, seconded by Commissioner Denenberg to move it to the highway committee and let them make the recommendation for the speed limit. Any questions on that motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. I would also like to thank the highway committee, Gary Long, Commissioner Fritz. They put a speed limit sign on the street that enters your subdivision and I forget the name of that street, but yes, sir. Lots of folks are appreciative of that speed limit sign that they put up. And I also like to thank Gary Long for coming out into our district. We had some washout and late Friday night, his team responded. A couple of them worked late and come out and took care of an issue with lots of gravel and mud in the road, which they did not have to do. And I just want to thank Gary and his team for doing that. Very kind of the community was appreciative. Okay. Committee, boards, reports, Intergovernmental Committee, Chairman Denenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make this short and very sweet.
Motion approved?
Second. Intergovernmental Committee met July 8th. We had a packed house again. The purpose of the meeting was for the citizens from the Norris area to come and voice their objections to any improvements and/or development within the park. We had a very good meeting, and I think it was very productive, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Chairman Denenberg. Also, there will be meetings coming up for TVA.
There will be a meeting for TVA. I believe it's August 8th.
It'll be July 16th.
No, I'm talking about the next intergovernmental.
Oh,
But
sorry.
yes, the TVA meetings, there's one tomorrow afternoon from 5 to 7 at the YWCA in Oak Ridge, and then there is another on the 18th at the Claxton Elementary School, same time, 5 to 7.
And
that,
this-
again, is for the residents to come and to let TVA know of their wants and desires as far as the cleanup for Bull Run.
And this is TVA holding the meetings,
It
not...
is TVA holding the meetings, absolutely.
And TVA would like for all the communities to come out. Anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, please come out. This is the same presentation that many of us attended at the Bull Run site as well. So it's
Precisely.
the same one. Anything else?
No, sir, that's the end for the report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Operations Committee Report, Chairman Isabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion was made by Commissioner McCamey to reject resolution number 19-06-759, authorizing circuit court to charge and collect a $5 fee for processing electronic traffic citations. Motions was seconded by Commissioner Meade. Motion passed forward to full commission. And our circuit court clerk also agreed with this. I so move.
I'm not sure we need to take any action on it since it's not a motion, do we?
It's,
Just information?
it was a recommendation to not do it.
Yep. But thank you. It's good to report on that because that is a discussion that's been in.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And the second one is, it's in the
I
minutes.
want to speak on that one.
Which, the clerk one, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner Creasy.
Yeah, I think it's not a good time to refuse income when we're looking at our budget and we're faced with a tax increase. Someone said it may cost more money to enforce this than what we receive, but we don't know that yet. And if there is income there to be had, if it's only a few dollars a month, that's money that we need. And so I'm opposed to refusing that, and I'd like to see us take another vote on it.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, I'll make the motion, we accept the $5 and ask them to collect the $5 fee.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to accept the $5 fee.
Question.
Commissioner James.
If it passes, then can I make a motion not to accept it?
Well, I mean,
We already voted not to accept the money. We had a good explanation at that committee that the maximum we could possibly get would be $1 out of each $5 fee. And this would be less than a couple $100 a year. And the clerk said, we don't want to waste our clerk workers' time collecting this small amount of money.
And I disagree.
Well, hey, this is what we do. We're okay to have.
We've already voted once.
In operations, we did.
No, we've already voted here once.
Oh, we didn't take any action on that vote.
Yeah, we did.
Did we take a vote on that? No, we didn't. No, we didn't take a vote on it. What happened was Commissioner Creasy, and I understand your point. I'm not debating you. I mean, we haven't voted on that because there was no action to take because we didn't pass it. So in operations, what's happened here is a commission.
No, I thought we passed it here.
No, sir. No, Commissioner, well, you're correct. Commissioner Creasy wanted to put it back on the table to discuss it. Commissioner Scott seconded it for discussion purposes to see if anybody wanted to look at the revenue. But we have the clerk here, so we'll let him come to the microphone and tell us what his thoughts are. And you're fine. Your comments are well-founded, no problem. Go ahead.
And part of this is probably part of my problem, because I've actually brought it forward for discussion. When it first came about, I thought it was an opportunity for us to generate some money for the county. Once we looked at the number of tickets that this would actually apply to, it doesn't apply to any tickets that dismiss. It's only tickets that somebody comes and actually pays. It would generate, for the general fund, about $800 a year. About about 30, close to $4,000 would go to the state of Tennessee. So we just collect a very small amount. The speeding ticket right now costs about $251 as it is, and I just felt burden and tax, people that violate the speeding laws, and that for another $5, and speeding tickets are awful expensive. To only generate an extra $800 a year, I just didn't see that being a real benefit. It could only be collected for 5 years, and it has to be used for data processing or for things that would be used to offset the cost for us processing that payment. Now, the reason the state allows us to charge that $5 is so we can keep that dollar to maybe if we had to buy a computer, we had to buy a printer, we had to buy something. In being in, you know, good conscience, there's nothing that my department needs to process that e-ticket. We've got everything. So I feel it's wrong to charge the extra $5 because we've got the equipment, we've got everything for it. So it would be my recommendation not to add the $5 to the e-ticket.
Thank you, Rex. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The State Highway Patrol is the only law enforcement agency in Anderson County that's using that system right now.
At this time, the cities could, but the city of, say, if the city of Oak Ridge does that ticket, it would go to their general fund.
Right.
We don't hear any of those cases. We only hear the highway patrol cases, speeding tickets, and Anderson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and the sheriff's office doesn't have any
Not
plans
this
right
time.
now
I
to
don't know
go to
what
that.
future
Okay,
plans are.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Meade, sir.
Well, I just wanted to point out, and I didn't realize you were in the audience. I was going to cover some of those same things. But when you talk about something that's that small a number, then you have to keep records. You have to be able to document things. You have to maintain those records. It just kind of gets to a point where it actually costs you more than what you're collecting. And God help if you make a mistake, somebody will sue you over it.
Thank you, Commissioner Meade. Commissioner McCamey.
Well, again, Mr. Chairman, this is where the states say and we pay. We're collecting $4 a month. We're putting that on our citizens here, extra, for the state of Tennessee. We have to collect it, and then they keep 80% of it. We get 20%. You know, it's, and that's the reason that I opposed it. That's the reason I made the motion in the committee. You know, the city of Oak Ridge, the city of Clanton, they can do whatever they want to. They can do this, you know, this if they want, if they choose. But this doesn't apply to the cities. It's just anything in the county that the THB would write a ticket for. So it is a very minimal amount, but when you look at the overall, like I said, we're collecting 80% of that for the state of Tennessee, and they won't even pay us what it cost us to keep those prisoners.
Thank you, Commissioner McCamey. I think, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Meade, but I think the understanding was when this discussion first took place that it would be much more money, and I think maybe some of us thought there was more money to be had, but you've already explained the situation. Commissioner Meade?
Yeah, just a point of order. I think because this was voted down in committee, I think it takes a 2/3 vote to pass. Is that not true?
No.
No, it's,
It was voted down in committee and not forwarded to the commission recommending approval.
No.
I think, I don't know.
No, it has nothing to do with it.
I think that's usually for expended funds. But I'm not certain, I'll be honest with you.
It's only refers to the budget committee,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and even if it goes to the budget committee and fails, it still doesn't take a majority vote.
Okay.
Mr. Yates is a parliamentarian. He can
Well, who's the chairman of the Rules Committee on Commission? Haven't heard that one in a while. Do we have somebody that's the chairman of the Rules Committee?
Bill Yeager.
That's,
The rules only require that it be heard at the committee level
And it's-
first. That's
yeah.
an internal link.
It's on the agenda, so it can just 9 votes.
okay. Rex, did you have
And
something
last
else?
one, just again to say, the reason we were able to keep that dollar, it goes to the data processing fund, which does never go to the general fund. So this money would never go into the general operating, it stays in my data processing fund, and any money left over in that code is rolled over in reserve. So that money would never go to your general fund to help offset any of your budgeting issues. I do not need any equipment to process the tickets, so to tax for another $1 on our speed violators, I think it's inappropriate because I don't need anything for that. So if I was needing a computer or I need some piece of equipment, I could collect it for 5 years and pay for it, but we don't need anything, so I recommend not to pass that.
Very good. Commissioner Creasy, you want to state your motion again?
Yeah, I make the motion that we vote to approve collecting the fee. And we're facing our taxpayers every day here since our last meeting at the grocery stores, and we're going to turn down money that's coming into the county, no matter how little it is. And if it costs more to collect it than what we're getting, that has to be proven, and I think we should go ahead and initiate it. And if it turns out to be a burden on the county, he can come back before county commission and say, look, guys, here's my records, here's what we're doing, and then show us that he's not worth our time to do it. But until we have that information, we're guessing that it's going to cost more.
Well,
And
not
so
everyone that gets caught speeding in Anderson County lives in Anderson County.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
So that's my point, and I think we owe it to our citizens. If you've been I had 3 phone calls today from citizens. I go to the grocery store and I get stopped. I go to church, I get stopped. And I've been hearing from more constituents than I've heard from in a long time. And I'm not going to turn down $1 a month that could come into our fund and look them in the eye. And so that's where I stand, and I hope that you will join me in doing that.
Commissioner Fritz.
Just very quickly, I've talked to the law director about this in the past and stuff. If we want to do something that's going to make money for the county, let's pass a resolution or something that allows the sheriff's department to write speeding tickets or whatever tickets, and so the money then could stay in the county and not go to the state.
So that's not the case now?
No.
Yeah.
So let's look at doing something like that, so where we can generate some money instead of.
I like that idea. So let's get this motion out of the way first, and we'll look at others. Any other questions, comments on this motion? All right, let's go to the board on this one. Yes is support of the $5 fee. No is not. Let's see what happens. Motion, is it going to be 8-8? Oh, 6-10. Motion fails.
Thank you, 6.
Thank you for bringing it up. Chairman Isabel, anything?
Yeah, motion was made, and this one in the minutes is a little bit incorrect. The motion was made by Commissioner Creasy, seconded by Commissioner Mead, and passed forward it says to full commission, but it was actually supposed to be to the Budget Committee. The request from the town of Boulder Springs for $10,000 from the sale of Tuppertown property. At that point in time, after that was brought up, I think Commissioner White came up and suggested that it be moved up to $25,000, and then Commissioner McCamey seconded that motion, but it was supposed to go to Budget Committee.
So the motion is to refer to the Budget Committee, $25,000?
$25,000.
To Oliver Springs for the sale of Tuppertown.
Yes.
Right.
Can I speak on that right about to show up next week?
Absolutely, Mayor, come on up.
This goes back to the 70s, when the school burned, I guess. That property initially was Anderson County Community Action Center. That's where they handed out the bread and cheese and stuff on Saturday, Wednesdays. Now they've moved it to a car in the parking lot, which they won't have to use the parking lot anymore because they don't own it anymore. Ralph Wilson, Preacher Ralph Wilson, and a group of Tuppertown citizens got together and decided they would make that apply to lease that property, and they did for 100 years. Whether that was legal or not, no, probably not. But everybody in this courtroom here signed it, including, at that time, I can't remember any of the famous names except the one that had the mayor's job. At that time, they weren't called the mayor. They were called something else. Anyway, and they got permission to do that, and we accepted it and applied for it and got a 301c3. We took care of it. Didn't cost the town anything. Didn't cost the county anything. The community took care of it. That's what I hear, that you want people to take care of their own property. Well, in the meantime, I had a little personal thing in it, but I'll mention it, don't mean anything. But my dad donated half that property for nothing. And he trusted people back in the 60s to keep their word. And they said it would go to the county schools if it's anything ever disposed of there. That was an agreement he made on a handshake, and I was with him, very young, but I was with him. And some of his notes I've got says that, but it's not in the deed. It's it's no reverter clause in his deed. But he deeded half of the 3.38 acres, 3 acres there. Anyway, two of my commissioners approached me, and Brother Ralph, and we were on the committee, and the lawyers approached us and asked us to give that back to the county. The deed wasn't any good. The arrangements we had made wasn't any good anyway. So we met a couple times and we agreed to do that. They said that the Oliver Springs City at that time was going to fix the building up, put a new roof on it, and put some playground things up there and make it a nice little park for the kids. That never happened. The city again, when the city got it, they quit upkeeping it as good as they did. They mowed the grass and they kept everything in code, I guess, but the building was getting out of code. But we were collecting money on grants to fix that building. But the administration prior to myself and Thomas McCormick, who's our city manager, failed on the advice of the mayor of Anderson County to, why don't you guys apply to the commission and ask if you declare it excess property and sell it and keep the money for yourself. Well, they didn't do it. So we got a new regime in, and we didn't do it either, because the decision had already been made by council, a 5-1 vote to do that, but it was never turned in to you people that's sitting here, that proposal. To my knowledge, I can't find it if it was. Okay, so they decided to auction it because they didn't want to upkeep it anymore. But the county was auctioning it, not the city. That's who owned the property. It was deeded back last year. And it was auctioned for $92,000. We asked for all that money. The city manager was more into it than I was. But we sent the mayor a letter and asking her for all that money, $92,000. The guy paid $102,000 because he had to pay 10% for the auctioneer. That's the only piece of property we have we could ever build anything on inside the city, in the Tuppertown community. And so we're working on another park, and it's off of Fritz Street, and it's predominantly black community. They've been promised a park for 20 years. It borders Anderson County and Roane County, and we annexed it into Roane County. Roane County donated $10,000 toward the park. We got $100,000 matching, so we got $200,000 grant. That's not enough money to finish it. It's under work right now. We got equipment on the grounds right now. CUB's got their new poles in, ready to run the power. We're going to come up about $25,000, $30,000 short. And we're going to pay that out of our undesignated funds if we don't get the money from you guys. So I'm going from a personal issue. Besides that, that's where Reed School was located. And me and my 6 siblings went to school there 8 years. And it meant a lot to me. And thank goodness the guy that bought it's from Georgia, and he's an investor, and he's probably going to make a bunch of money. I couldn't buy it because I'm a mayor of the Oliver Springs City. Below, I couldn't buy it. I would have, and I had a partner going to go in with me and put in his name, but I'm also a deacon in church and a trustee, so I don't do things that way. I answer to my Lord, and I couldn't answer very well to him if I did that. So what I'm asking for is as much as you can give, not less than $25,000. If I get anything, 10 to 5, whatever it is, we'll accept it.
Thank you, Mayor.
But there's more to the story than that. That's all I got time for tonight. It's getting bedtime.
No, I appreciate you being here and staying with us. Okay, Commissioner Scott, you had something?
So, from what I see on the documentation we have, the motion was made for $10,000, and it was seconded. So is there a motion on the floor to accept the $10,000 to be?
There's no motion on the floor right now.
No, there's no, it was just to go back to Budget Committee, but, yeah.
Yeah.
But it
Can
was-
we not make a decision now? Or should it go to budget? I can make a motion for it to go to Budget Committee. I mean,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Well, I think that would require a 2/3 vote, but the actual motion at the very end was for 25,000. That's why I was saying it was really incorrect in the minutes. It started out as 10,000, and then it was adjusted to 25,000.
Right, the motion originally passed on the operations along with, yeah, it was 10,000. And then, of course, we had further discussion about, like to see it to go to 25 if could consider. But it's Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Wait a minute, let me see what Commissioner White has to say before you
Okay,
make a
sure.
motion.
I'm not on the operations committee. I followed the mayor. She was speaking on a different issue, and I just made the request that this is, they're wanting to build a park where the old colored school was. I just thought it was a great opportunity for the county to step up and help our neighbor Oliver Springs, but yet to bring recognition to the old school in some way. And Mayor Omer is right about the his father donating part of it and so forth, and that's well and good. But we've got, I think the county's going to receive $92,000 from the sale of the property that like he said, we owned it, gave it to Oliver Springs, they gave it back and so forth. But $25,000 would be a good gesture. That's my opinion, and I'd strongly recommend it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott, you got a motion?
Yes, I was going to make a motion to go ahead and forward this over to the Budget Committee for
Second.
further recommendations.
We have a motion by Commissioner Scott, seconded by Commissioner Creasy. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Before I conclude my report, and while I got a chance to speak, if we're going back into the budget, I would recommend that before, everybody's sitting here ready to press the motion button, is that we have some discussion, because I've sat here and I think, and it's just something I'm going to put out there, I've come up with 14 cents without a tax increase based on this book. But it's, that's just something to throw out there. But I know everybody's ready to make a motion, but it's just, I would like to see some discussion before, and by the time everybody makes some discussion, we may come up with something pretty good. Anyway, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to ask a
Commissioner-
question. I didn't follow Mr. Isabel exactly. What accounted for 14 cents on the,
Yeah.
what accounted for that?
The rollover money. The $2
Oh,
million.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
Well, you got to wait and listen to what the explanation is.
Commissioner Meredith, sir, sorry.
Oh, you're fine, Mr. Chairman. So we're approaching
4 hours and 15 minutes.
Some of us are approaching 5 hours. We started at 5 o'clock.
That's
with the
correct. You're correct,
Well, you
Mr.
were here
Chairman.
too,
I
wasn't you?
apologize. I was here a little early, not that early. So, I hear a lot of debate. I hear a lot of 8-8s, 9-7. I think commissioners are on the edge. I would really like to make a motion that we send this truly back to Budget Committee. Give us another shot. Commissioner Isabel, if you've got, believe me, as Commissioner Val pointed out, if you've got rabbits in the hat, please show them. I would make the comment on the rollover. I do think that's one-time money, but hey, let's discuss it. If we're not at 18 cents, we're at something.
Right.
Maybe at 0 to 18. But my point is, we're going to sit and debate this another 2 hours. I would like to make a motion.
Hold up. I thought we took a voice vote on sending this back to the budget. Did we not?
No.
They're saying that I didn't. I could have swore we took a voice vote. We did. It just hasn't been cleared by Brian. We took a voice vote to send to Tuppertown That was your motion. You got a second? Yeah. Oh, we wasn't talking about the budget. Did you get that, Kim, or did we actually miss it? Yeah, we got it. Okay. Yes, to refer it to the budget. Yes, that item. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair.
Brian just didn't clear the screen. That would be good, yes. Okay, sorry. Back to you, Commissioner Meredith. I apologize. We thought we had a motion on the floor and they didn't want to stop. Go ahead.
So now I'll speak on. So if I'm looking at our August calendar correctly, the normal budget committee meeting would be August 1st. So that we would send this entire thing back August 1st. If commissioners can't come, I would request they send all of their budget requests, ideas, or anything
Comments.
to Annette.
Yes, sir.
Actually, our first budget meeting is
I thought it was the first Thursday.
the first, it has to have the full Monday, full week.
Pardon me, August 8th. So if we're at August 8th, that's fine. I would request to the chair of the budget committee that we start early, like at 1 o'clock. I think between 1 and midnight, we can come up with something. It's 12 hours, Mr. Chairman, but both Mr. Chairmans, but this one in particular. And we just hammer it out. I really think we could come to compromise rather than going to 2 hours of all of the ideas sitting here. We're obviously split one way or the other. And that would be my motion. And I would like to add that the chair called 2 special call meetings prior to the 3rd Monday in August for the commission to take the budget up accordingly. Obviously, the mayor would have a voice in that if she chose to veto, and that would still give you time to vote on that, up or down too. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Does everybody understand the motion? Commissioner Meredith, go ahead.
Dates one more time, Ray, Councilor.
Well, August 8th would be I had it the 1st, it's the 8th, would be the next budget committee meeting for us, and we start early, say 1 p.m. That allows department heads. I'm sorry.
That's not early enough.
Oh, well, I'll yield to the chair of the budget on that time, but we need to start earlier than 4 o'clock.
Jeff's coming to the rescue. He's got his calendar out here.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, the dates would be up to the chair. Chairman Waddell could call 2 special meetings of commission under the same notice. After the 8th. That's his choice of 2 dates. And then you would have our regular meeting on the 19th. If it was if the mayor chose to veto, you still have action. So you really got 3 chances at it.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion on the floor at this time? Denenberg, did you get your questions answered? Did I not recognize you yet? Commissioner Denenberg, sorry.
My only comment was, if we're going to meet, I would really hope that we're not going to be voting on a 1 o'clock start time. I think we need to be, I don't know, maybe 9, 10 o'clock in the morning and really go after it.
I would just yield to the chair of the budget.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you don't mind, give us some input from Robbie on this issue.
Sure.
One thing I was going to say is that if we don't have a budget, we'll probably have there's not going to be any amendments, so we could meet the 1st. We don't have to just meet on the 8th. It would probably be better to meet earlier just to.
Well, if the budget would meet on the 1st, then we could call like the 8th and the 15th as special call meeting dates to confirm and get it done.
I think that's my first thought.
Mayor, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's all fresh on your mind. Why can't we meet on Monday, the 22nd, and go ahead and set a meeting for Monday, the 29th? And, let's get it done. You've got, I think it's adequate notice, and if you look at the special called meeting, I have that, Chairman, do you have the special called meeting law on?
What? No, I don't have any laws.
I have it, it's the, so you all, you're sitting a budget meeting, but I can also do a special called meeting if you want to handle it that way, if you plan to address and get something passed at that same meeting. Let me let Jay look at it.
I think I'll be in town on the 22nd, actually, so Not that, I'm not on the budget anyway, but
I'm not here.
I'm gonna bring in some bologna and cheese sandwiches. We'll get it done. Commissioner Val, you okay? McCamey hit his button, but it didn't pop up.
And still won't pop up.
Go ahead, McCamey.
I was gonna recommend, that we meet the Budget Committee and County Commission in a work session / budget that we voted down earlier. Do that on the 25th. That gives us 10 days notice. And come back on the 26th for a full County Commission meeting. And that way the Budget Committee and all can go over it all again. And then on the next day, we come back to vote on the budget.
The good news, the bad news is, it's probably good news. I would not be here on the 25th and 26th. I'll be out on business, but
Will you be here the 22nd?
I am here the 22nd, but we wouldn't be allowed to call it a special call meeting because it wouldn't give us.
No,
enough.
that's just for budget.
Yeah, I could be here for the budget on the 22nd. I
Okay,
think that'd be
and then a
great.
special call meeting on the 29th, which
I'm good
would
with
give us
that.
plenty of time. And that's what the mayor had recommended.
I won't be here on the 29th either. Now, August, I'm wide open. Not that you need me here. I'm confident my colleague here, he can probably run a better meeting.
We need you.
Robbie, so I'm sorry, did you have some stuff you wanted to? Jeff, what are you thinking out there?
I think that's good, as long as we have to have a public hearing, though.
So do the 22nd for the budget, potentially. And then if commissioners want to come, they can obviously come, and community schools, whoever can come. And then we call a special meeting. I was thinking we call, for us, a special call meeting on August 8th. We could go August 1st. We got time.
You're not gonna do anything on the 29th?
I'm not going, I mean, they can if they want to do it. I'm open to,
You're not gonna be there.
I'm not going to be here that week.
I'm missing on the 1st and 2nd.
I could do the, what's that?
Missing on the 1st and 2nd of August.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here on the 1st either. I apologize. I'm out that whole week, 29th through the 2nd. Business. I wish it was a pleasure.
If we were to work things out on the 22nd, or let's say the 22nd, budget-wise.
This budget committee or?
It's Budget Committee, 22nd.
Talking about budget committee. I mean, if you did it 2 days later for a special call meeting, I mean, does
Well,
it have to be 2 weeks later?
It has to
No.
be,
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, in other words, we're gonna date.
Budget Committee, the 22nd,
There's something we're not considering here.
23rd and 24th.
This room during the day is sometimes used for court.
good point.
We
Sorry.
need ample time to make sure that the room will be available and that judges are not having court in this room. I like the August 1st idea and the August 8th idea. I understand where the mayor's coming from to hurry up and try to get this done. I'm with you on that.
No, I understand.
But we may set these dates beforehand and this be too quick of a notice for the docket to be changed. So my recommendation, I would love to see it on the 1st and then on the 8th. That's the motion.
We'll have no representation because I won't be here on the 1st and Chairman won't
Okay.
be here on the 1st.
Well, the 1st could be the budget if they wanted to. And then we could have the 8th and the 15th or something in August as the next dates.
No,
Or,
that's why I suggested the 22nd. You're here for the 22nd.
yeah.
In other words, more people you can get at least to be present for
Well,
the discussion of
Yeah,
the
that's
budget.
what I was saying, the 22nd and 25th.
That's why I was saying do the.
What do you have on the 25th, though? 22nd's going to be budget. Are you saying the 25th should be of the public?
Public hearing and special call county commission to settle the budget. That way we get it done by August.
I'm not, but look, I mean, you guys can carry this out. It's not a problem. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Or the 23rd, 22nd.
I can do the 23rd.
Well, let's do that the next day, budget.
All right, how about that? What if we do the 22nd, and then can we do the 23rd, Jeff? as the special called meeting. Meet budget the 22nd, and then we have our meeting, public called on the
next day.
23rd. Who's out?
We need Chuck and we need Rick
Amen.
at our budget.
Yeah. All right. Was Chuck out on the 23rd?
No, I'm gone on the, August the 1st,
Yeah.
through the following Monday.
So the 8th.
We need these two at our budget.
Amen.
Is Rick here the 25th?
So then we're back to the 8th, budget on the 8th, and you get 15.
Well, the budget can meet anytime.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Let's approve my 10 cents and go home.
Just
You're-
the budget date the day it is.
Rick, you have a motion on the floor, so what is your motion?
First and eighth.
I agree. Commissioner Fritz is not here on the first. I would like to choose the budget committee on the 8th of August.
Right.
Budget on the 8th.
And check, Mr. Chairman, you can choose, or the mayor can choose the special calls that going forward.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this room's taken on Wednesday,
We'll
Thursday,
find-
and half a day Friday.
On the 8th, we can find a room.
Brian's saying yes.
You're gonna work, you're gonna start. Just
Change the time, 5
Or next
o'clock.
to the commission office.
Or you could do it.
5 o'clock that evening.
On the 8th? All right, let's nail it one day down first. Which day can we meet for the budget? Is it going to be the 8th?
The 8th at 5 o'clock.
Is it open on the 8th, this room?
Or was already scheduled.
If they're done, sometimes
do it
they
at
wait
4.
over.
We were scheduled for 4 o'clock on the 8th.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 o'clock on the 8th. August 8th. That will be the budget,
Yep.
and whoever else wants to come.
But if the courts change their schedule, we could like start early
Okay.
if they change.
All right, so the budget will be on August 8th at 4 o'clock. Then what we would like to do? When's the next available date for this room?
Monday and Tuesdays are pretty well clear, if I'm not mistaken.
So we could do the 12th?
19th
Well,
would
we
be-
got operations and everything on the 12th.
The 19th would be our regular meeting. If we're going to wait until August the 8th to get a recommendation from the budget committee, we could just do it at 19th.
I'd rather,
Take it to all- You better take it all the way to what Robert's saying, because we may be up against a situation where we got an entirely new budget. It's very plausible, and that has to have a
Have to have
public
another
hearing.
public hearing.
So you probably need to take it all the way out to our August county commission meeting, if that's the case.
well, the only thing I don't like about that is if we end up where we are today, then we won't have a budget for,
I got you, but we may be up against that with the new budget coming out. We may have to have a new public hearing on it.
yeah, but if we meet the week of the 12th and have a meeting, we can hopefully come up with a vote that says we support it. Then we can have the next public meeting on the 19th and just finish it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have a 10-day notice in between your budget committee meeting and the county commission meeting to perfect the public.
But we could do this, we could do the same thing we did before, which was set 2 dates now.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
You gotta have that interval period of time. If we do, I'd say you're gonna trip that we're gonna have a public hearing. It sounds like it's gonna be a new tax rate, it's gonna be a new appropriation resolution. That will be entitled to a new public hearing.
Right.
Commissioner, is your motion on the floor still, or?
Yeah.
What is your motion? 8th for budget. Is there anything else to your motion? Just the budget? Okay, so the 8th for the budget committee is Commissioner Meredith's motion. Who seconded that?
Isabel.
Tim. Any other discussion on that motion? Commissioner Meade, and I'll come to you, Dr. Parrott, after that.
Well, I was gonna say, we can have a special, we can set the budget meeting for any date we want,
Oh, that's
as long
true.
as we have appropriate public notice.
True. Dr. Parrott?
If there's any way, if y'all do that, is there's any way y'all can make some kind of motion that we can allow purchasing to let some purchase orders go through more than they went through, because we've got a lot of stuff that we've got to get off before school starts. So, I mean, it's really gonna put us in time.
Well, couldn't the budget committee do that?
continuing resolution already built into the 81 law.
Yeah.
You just use the same guidelines as we used under the 57, limit your spending to that first quarter, in this case, the first 2 months of last year's fiscal year. You'd leave, the limits of expenditure would be July and August of last year, and no more. That's the same rules that would apply if you had a continuing resolution in place.
Well, I mean, I could be here on the 22nd of this month. If you wanted to have the budget meeting, I mean, oh. All right, so your motion's the 8th of August at 4 p.m. Any other discussion on that motion? Let's go to the board and vote. This is for the budget meeting, to discuss the budget.
Budget on the 8th. Got it.
4 p.m.
Got it.
Yes.
Commission meeting, and then public hearing.
Basically a modification.
I got you,
White.
Terry. I'm just
Thank you, sir.
wanting to be conservative here, and I'm not sure if that's worth the challenge. I need to go back and read that real close, because it's going to be a whole new budget coming out. We know that's going to be a different tax rate. It's going to be a different appropriation resolution.
But I mean, the law is that they have to prepare one
Yes,
by
ma'am.
July 1. They comply with all that, and they ran the ad. Now we're
Okay.
going back and negotiating
I got you. I'm
Okay.
excited to read it.
I think we, okay. Brian's going to tally us up here on this vote. Is it going to be 8-8, you think? Jamison's nodding his head, yes. 15-1. McCamey was the man. That's an odd, I never see that vote.
I voted against the 81 Act, and I was the only one.
Oh, crap, I should have never said that. All right, so we are booked for a budget meeting on the 8th of August at 4 p.m. Any other business before the body? Do we want to set any other dates? Jeff?
Earlier in the day, meaning earlier by chance.
Yeah. Yeah. You talking about on that day or another? Okay, yes, I'm available on the 8th. Commissioner Val? No?
Sorry, sir.
Well, I made you wait so long, I got a little nervous.
I did not touch it.
All right. Any other business? Commissioner Meredith, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Jay. Can we not do the public hearing the same time we do special call commission?
Jay, sorry, Commissioner Meredith had a question for you.
Jay, can we not do the public hearing in conjunction with the special call commission meeting?
Absolutely.
That would save one of your dates.
The better way to do it there.
Mayor?
Yeah, and to Commissioner Meredith's point, I was just talking to Jay, if he's going to look at this, you all have you've already met the requirements of statute in that the Budget Committee produced a budget, it was published in the newspaper, you had the public hearing, the budget director came and appeared and explained what your budget proposal is. And so what you're looking at Budget Committee is still their proposed budget, but yet you're going to discuss amendments to that. So it might not require the whole public hearing process. So Jay's going to look into that.
Okay.
Because is that correct? That's what you're dealing with. You're actually dealing with their budget.
I'll be available after the first week of August all the way through. So if something comes up, we need a public, let me know. And okay. For the budget. Anything else? Seeing no other business before this?
Just one day.
Seeing no other business before this body, we stand adjourned. Okay. All right. Thank you, Rob.